This is all cool, but where the fuck do I find the link to this? Okay, this can go. Okay, yeah, I know this. I know this. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's like 5 seconds delay. I'm just gonna see to have people come in. I don't even know if anyone is there. Apparently there is, but maybe it's just me. I don't know if YouTube counts myself. Just gonna get out on my prime screenshots. Okay. Oh, they are so small. Ask me twice which my favorite episode was. Okay. just gonna keep waiting a little more until anyone decides to say something so I know I'm not alone. In the meantime, I'm just gonna draw some stuff. Mario, okay. This is the topic of the stream. I just had to think about the SA1 end card for the Sonic Story because of the Wave Ocean music. Grab my notes actually. I don't know which one I should talk about first, like Frontiers or Prime. I definitely have more to say about Prime, but I don't know. I also have like notes on comparisons between the two. I just need to find them. Okay, yeah. On Prime I have 4 pages. On Frontiers I have 2 pages of notes. Though the second page is just me rewriting the entire game. And then, I don't know how many people know about my project thing where I was like remaking all the bosses and giving it some more like Greek inspired flavor, but yeah. I'm just gonna put a bookmark on this so I know. fuck? Oh my god. I forgot. Okay. Okay. The at was done. I'm sorry. Okay, YouTube streams sometimes weird, but I'm doing this here so it can save a lot because I do not want to pay for Picauto to save my stuff. Unless I misunderstood and they actually do it for free. Whatever, I'm here now. What is YouTube talking about? Wow. I hope the music isn't too loud compared to my voice. I didn't actually test it, I'm just the no testing guy. I just felt awkward having pure silence here while waiting for people to come. Okay, nice. Hello everyone. Okay, nice. That's good. I thought 06 soundtrack would be a nice background to us talking about these projects. Speak about stuff that has potential and was executed questionably. I asked earlier, but I guess there was not anyone there that was actually willing to engage. If I should start with Frontiers or if I should start with Prime, because I have more to say about Prime because I enjoyed it more personally, but my cybersonic thoughts. Oh boy. Yeah, the DLC is another can of worms. I totally forgot about it because, man, I still didn't beat it. I think I just gave up on the game when I tried to finish the Knuckles stuff because I just did not know where the fuck I was meant to go. Like, I just kept dying because everything Knuckles related is above a bottomless pit. And his jumps are so awkward, I just keep dying. Honestly, yeah, the first 30 minutes are probably the worst part of the entire game. So, yeah. No, I understand why you would just tune out. Okay, I'm just gonna start with Frontiers then, if we're all already thinking about it. But yeah, the first like half an hour to an hour of the gameplay is just the worst because it's like all the tutorial stuff is mandatory. You are forced to go through all of this really boring stuff that, like, as someone who played Sonic before, you know, you can jump, you can homing attack, you can do this. Like, you just want to go. I think personally, like, alone how it puts you into the game is just really bad, especially for an open world game, I think. Like, also, like, speaking from the position of someone who studied game design, I think having very rigid mandatory tutorials is a horrible idea for an open world game, because the point of open world games is exploration, and when you put someone into a world and you don't let them explore, what kind of exploration game is that? But that's the other point. You just do not get to explore in this game. Like, there's nothing. Frontiers is really empty. I had no fun at all going through the open world. Like, the only fun was when you did that trick to get like full rings, and then the boost was infinite, so you would just constantly do the thing where you run in a side loop to get rings, and you just do that over and over and over until you have 400 rings, and then you just have infinite boost to run around as you want. Yeah, literally. Everyone, like, this is a general problem in the game industry where everyone sees, oh, this game is successful, we're going to copy it, without actually putting any thought into why it was good. The collectible toll was not important at all, because you could easily buy the things that you need. You do not have to actually play the game to get all these so-called collectibles, because they were not actually... I don't think there was a limited quantity of those things that you can get where you would be like... because I know a lot of people are like completionists and stuff that want the maximum amount of everything that you can have and whatever. So this is a thing that you can't actually do, I think. There is no maximum amount of gears or whatever. You can just always buy new ones at the fishing minigame. And just generally, the game just hands those things to you. Like, I played on hard mode, and the game was just like, here, unlock the thing, go. Here's the thing, I'm throwing it at you for absolutely nothing. Yeah. Like, the tutorials were not long, but it was still very tedious. Like I said, I think it was like half an hour. But yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Um, like for me, I love speed and stuff, but like for example, the classic games are just too overwhelming for me. I could never play them. I tried, but I just get a headache. The modern games, for the most part, I think are fun because I just love platformers. But yeah, the just the quality of the level design has been lacking so hard in the past few years with Sonic games, especially Sonic Forces suffered a lot from the level design. Um, and the only reason games like Generations and Frontiers have good level designs is literally because they reused previous levels that were good. Like, no shit that you will have good levels when you use levels from like 10 or more years ago. Like, at this point, like, Generations used stuff that was a decade old, but now Frontiers used levels that were 20 years old because they ran out of new stuff to make. Especially like because they originally in an interview they said they originally didn't even want to have the levels in there, but then they felt like they had to do it to balance out the open zone stuff. Yeah. Yeah, same. Infinity Worlds. Um, I just get a headache from all the flashing and the colors. Like, I guess back then that was just the cool thing because no one else did it and they were the first ones to try this stuff out, but now I'm just like, please allow me to see my character. That was actually a thing in Forces where I was like, I forgot which level it was. Like at the very end, um, the the level was just so zoomed out, and the character was so small against a lot of like texture, background, and a lot was going on. I just, you know. Luckily, that was not a problem in Frontiers, but there was a few times when I was just being locked into a 2D section um, while running through the open zone. And it's just, no. A lot of people have complained about this, actually. That, like, you run around the open zone and then you just accidentally go on a spring and you're sent into a 2D section you cannot skip. You have to do the whole thing, which is really annoying. Okay, we are not talking about, like, general Sonic designs or Sonic X or whatever. I'm trying to talk about, like, Frontiers and Prime, and right now we're talking about Frontiers. Yeah, getting locked is so frustrating. YouTube says, by the way, that the stream is having trouble, but I don't know about you. It is so jarring because you really can't leave the section unless you finish it. And a lot of them are so repetitive. Yeah, the world design in Frontiers was absolutely horrible. I have some notes on this because the worst part is that the pop-in that happens, like a thing that a lot of people complained about, it could have been avoided had they used lower poly counts and better textures and didn't like actually try too hard to make a hyper realistic game, because I think they could have achieved this realistic look with like less power intensive graphics, because Sonic Unleashed, like for the time that it was released, it was too powerful for the consoles. But nowadays, it would probably run okay on a Switch, if I remember correctly. So like this is the kind of detail that you could go for, or like if they wanted to go with the realistic route. But I think it doesn't have to be realistic. I know from an interview that they said that they want to explore Sonic in a realistic setting. I think this was also from what they said about 06, that they thought, hey, it would be interesting to have Sonic in a realistic setting because he's the only cartoon character from a platformer that would fit into such a setting, because it's more serious and like it just has like this different tone from everything else, that it is like not as cartoony, I guess. That they were like, oh yeah, let's put Sonic in the real world, even if it wasn't the real world and just Final Fantasy, but like whatever. It is. When I did my graduation project, I like pitched a game idea for a new Sonic game, like for a Silver the Hedgehog game, and I did put a screenshot of Kirby, of the Kirby game, the new Kirby game. I forgot what the name was. You know, that the new Switch Kirby game with the islands, the Forgotten World, I think. I put in a screenshot of that, and I was like, hey, you can have a really cool game with extremely detailed graphics, but it's stylized, and it runs well on Switch. I love that game, by the way. I totally recommend Kirby and the Forgotten World. But yeah, what I said, the realistic stuff in the game, the style just does not work the way that they wanted to. Especially because they used Mega Scans, which is like this library. I think it was Epic Games that it belonged to. I'm not sure, but it's like this AAA ultra realistic graphic stuff that is usually only used for like really powerful type game stuff, like PS4, Xbox, PC games, like stuff like Horizon, like that kind of beast of a game. But like Sonic on the Switch, especially because I have played the Switch version, it was just not for that. I think even like with other Sonic games, like for example, I think the older games especially had really good direction, and I think this is what Sonic is lacking. Good art direction, because while a lot of the like scenery in Frontiers itself looks good. Like, if you look at it, it looks good, but it doesn't look like it's Sonic's world, if you get what I mean. Like, even if you go the realistic route, you can make it look more Sonic. Again, Unleashed is a really good example because the environments there look extremely realistic and pretty, but they still feel like they're part of Sonic's world. Because a lot of stuff is fantastical, and I think it even goes with the lack of world building in Sonic nowadays. This is also a note that I have on both Frontiers and Prime, that there's a huge lack of world building and just generally lore and overarching stuff, consistencies. Because, for example, it's said that the Starfall Isles were abandoned many years ago by the ancients when they all died, and this is like, no one was on these islands for thousands of years. Yet none of the trees on these islands looks like they're older than 30 years. Like, how does that go together? If I see an abandoned island that, like, nature overtook, I want to see giant trees. Like, for example, I think most forest or jungle levels in old Sonic games had really huge trees. Like, I'm just thinking about White Jungle right now, or I forgot what the jungle was called in 06. I think just tropical jungle. Like, they had huge trees, and you had like gameplay elements like vines hanging from the trees that you use, and just like generally like interacting with the environment actually. Like, this was, I tried to make concept art for this, but then I was just so burnt out from Frontiers because it was just pissing me off so much that I didn't go through with it. But hold on, let me try to find it. Maybe I still have it. I can't find it right now. Yeah, I don't know what it is, because, oh, here. This is literally all I could manage because it was just pissing me off so much. Like, for the first island, I was like, hey, you have this forest there, it's ancient apparently. Let's put some trees that have fallen over from either being old or from a storm or whatever, and then Sonic can use these as bridges, or like even Sonic has to like flip a tree to get across a ledge or something. Because what annoyed me the most about the environment was the like everything being these floating in the script things. Like, it was just random rails and random boxes in the air, making level design stuff. Like, playing it was fine because it was fun to engage with, because you're zipping around everywhere and it's just, if you like platforming, it's fun. But like, from the aesthetic point, it's just really dull and you get confused so fast. And it's just absolutely breaking the immersion, even when they like later explain, like Sage explains that only Sonic can see all those things in the air, and he's seemingly just floating around or something. I don't really understand it. Yeah, this is what I was like, this is why the notes here, like, big trees, it needs to be big trees because they have been there for thousands of years, which makes interesting platforming opportunities, because it is infinitely more fun to jump around rocks and cliffs and trees, or even just like floating boxes that have a design that is more in line with the area. Like maybe the ancients had a technology for like some anti-gravity stuff, and they have like those floating platforms to like have some extra space, because the islands only have a limited space, of course. So for every island there was a different tribe, so they decorated their floating boxes differently, so they all have a different design depending on the island. And then they will have different functions depending on what tribe made these boxes. Like some of them have things that you can like use zip lines from, and then on another island they function as trampolines and stuff. Like it could work. It could be more interesting and engaging than floating black nondescript box. The same goes for the rails. Other Sonic games have different kind of rails, especially Unleashed. For every single world that you are in, like every single level has a different kind of rail, because depending on the context of where you are, the design would be different. But in Frontiers, everything is just the same. Yeah. This is what I mean. Like they have these massive islands that just use so much of the processing power of the console, and then they don't do anything with it. Like they have this world and they don't do anything with it. This is what pissed me off so much about the game, that I'm just not playing it anymore, even though it is fun. Like, don't get me wrong, Frontiers is a fun game. I'm having fun playing it. But the lack of art direction and design just pisses me off so much that I can't play it. Okay, let me actually grab some of my notes, because I have some stuff. I have a lot of notes on the cyberspace, actually. Because the first thing that I noticed, because the first two levels were unleashed, that the distribution of how to get an S rank is very uneven. And just generally, they did not do very well with picking the levels, because the difficulty of Unleashed levels, for example, is so different from, I don't know, an SA2 level or something. Especially because they clipped the levels. They're not even full length. Like, okay, I have, like, it was 5 Unleashed levels, 5 SA2 levels, I didn't count anything else, because I was just bored. Oh yeah, they said that Sonic was experiencing these levels because they were his memory, but then there was like so many shadow levels. Like I think 3 were just shadow levels. Like they were not even Sonic's memories, they were memories of Shadow, basically. And I just did not understand why they did that. Yeah, like Chaos Island is such a big disappointment because I thought, hey, this is a cool idea, an active volcano to walk around on. Because Sonic is fast, he could maybe run over the lava. I don't know, or like he could interact with like the hot stuff and whatever, comment on it, but it wasn't really much. God, I'm so scared to find out what Frontiers 2 is gonna be. I just hope they actually use feedback from people who are not weirdo streamers on Twitch who complain about everything and everything being too easy and whatever. Like, what? This is what happens. Like, the DLC being the way that it is. It's so funny because the main game was too easy and then the DLC comes out and it's so hard that even veteran players are struggling. Like, I don't think this is a balance. But yeah, cyberspace, oh my god. I did write a complaint that the levels, some of the levels in cyberspace were way too short. It's just like, I don't remember which levels it was. Did I write it in the other side? No, I didn't. No, I didn't write down which ones it was, sure. Because I remember some levels, even short ones, like especially Metal Harbor, for example, I think they cut the first bit and the last bit out of the level, so only the middle part of Metal Harbor was in Frontiers. And I was like, why? The level already is really short. Why did you cut it? And the worst part, like the worst offender in my opinion, was when they put like Green Hill from Sonic Generations. They put it in as a cyberspace level, and then they had it in the aesthetic of Green Hill. And I was like, are you kidding me? Oh, hey, yeah, that's no problem. I'm glad you like my comic, and I'm glad that you are inspired to make your own. That's pretty much what I aim to do with my comic, just getting people to make their own. So I'm glad it worked. God, yeah. I think, I'm not sure actually if much of cues and stuff was removed, because I'm not a speedrunner. I'm just a I react at the moment kind of guy playing. But I do remember having so much trouble playing levels that I knew by heart because the design was just so different and a lot of gameplay elements were removed, because obviously if it's a different game and you don't have the same moves, you will move through the stuff differently. I think especially in the SA2 levels it was that way, and they used a lot of SA2 levels. Yeah, I think they should have leaned in more into this whole island stuff. The thing about island is that it's not even a separate island. It's part of Kronos Island. It's just the other. No wait, it's this was a different one. Which one was it? Reha? That was just the other side of Kronos Island. I'm getting it all confused because it's just so annoying. Also, yeah, I also wrote down a lot about the like, man, I really need to find my note on the environments. What is this? Because the bosses, like, there was so many bosses throughout the islands. It was so annoying. Like, at the beginning I was like, oh cool, a boss, that's cool. And then they respawned and there was multiple of them and I was just, stop, I just want to do it once. And then some of them were also just really glitchy and weird and just not pleasant at all. I'm gonna check if I have any other notes because I do not find the stuff. No, this is a prime analysis. Is there a text document in here? Frontier's new law. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Okay. I loved Sonic Frontiers. It was a great step in the right direction for me. Hold on, let me. I need this to go away. Okay. They used Greek mythology names for the original game, but beyond the names there was no correlation, otherwise cleverly used thematic from the myths, other than that 2 out of 5 names were Greek titans and the last island was named after their father. Especially the Ares part pissed me off, because all islands are named after Greek titans or parents of the titans, and then suddenly there's just the god of war for some reason. Yeah, and then in my redesign thing, I did, I can just pull it up. Where is it? I can't find it right now, but I'm too lazy to look for it. I named the islands after the 4 like, what's it called, cardinal directions, like the sky, north, south, west, east. Because in the Greek myth, Kronos was held in place by 4 of his sons that all were like pulling in one of the like directions, and I chose these names for the islands, and the islands would be positioned north, east, south, and west, while Kronos Island would be in the center, and Kronos would be the last island. I'm just gonna write it here. Like this. And Sonic would start on this island, then he would go here, like this. Like this. It would be like a natural progression based on proximity and like with the directions and stuff. Okay, so the island's names are based off the 4 Greek titans that held the gods Uranos in place, so Kronos could defeat their father. The original myth is a lot. I'm not gonna say a lot on it unless you want to know the original myth. Okay, it is the cardinal directions. It says so in my notes. Okay, so yeah, koios I would have had the same as in the original game, but a lot more lore should be to the places you visit. Especially the abandoned ruins pissed me off in that area, because there were so many ruins that you could like see and explore, I guess, but there was just nothing there. You couldn't even break pots or anything. Like a game that lets you go into old ruins, but you can't even break a pot. Like, what is this? Also, I have no idea where this is coming from, Black Prison, but thank you. I am doing my thing, and I'm not gonna let anyone stop me. So, yeah. You also have a nice day. Yeah. Okay. The thing with koios is, koios, the theme of this titan is like questioning. It felt a fitting island to start out in, as this is where Sonic has to balance his questioning the mysterious orders of the voice and the desire to help his friends. The North Star is also associated with koios. And the North Star is all about direction and knowing where to go, so it fits that it is like the tutorial island, and it gives direction to the player, where to go, what to do, and what to expect from the game. What I would what would make the game infinitely better would be if the tutorial was more intuitive and like less pausing every few seconds to give you a pop-up, and more just letting you do what you want with clever level design. Because that's how Sonic games used to be. Especially the early 3D games. Like, I don't understand why some people say Sonic had a rough transition into 3D, because the first 3D Sonic games, Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, they were so good. And like, knowing the fact that the level design was made by one guy, like especially in Heroes, like the level design in Heroes was made by one guy who was like sick, and he did all the levels in 2 days, and after that he was hospitalized. Like, knowing this, I'm like, the level designs are pretty good for what it is. Like, Heroes has a lot of repetition in the levels, but like I said, given the circumstances, that is totally fine. I'm okay with the repetition, as long as the guy did not fucking die trying to rush this in 2 days. But yeah, like most of this stuff that happens in Heroes, especially in the first level, it's all to teach you how to play the game. It naturally progresses you, it raises the stakes, and it does all this without holding your hand and forcing pop-ups on you. The same goes for like SA2. there's like a YouTuber called Zoomy He has some really, really good videos on the level design in SA2. And the gist of all of his videos is basically the level design in SA2 is so good that the only way to like find certain tutorials is by going out of your way to like see them if you even are like interested in it at all. For example, the tutorial for whistling to find hidden animals in like little corners and stuff. Someone who is not interested in finding these things would never even find the tutorial because it's hidden away in a corner where you have to whistle to find an animal. Well, it would show the prompt and then you would walk into Omocho to see the tutorial. Like, this is the kind of stuff. And even just for the like normal playing stuff, like SA2 just drops you into City Escape and you slowly learn more and more about how to like navigate, because in the beginning all it lets you do is go left and right and jump, and it's like getting you used to Sonic, and then when it drops you to actually walk, it just lets you do your own thing. And there's multiple paths to take. Like, I think in total there's like 5 or 6 paths, and it's just a little bit up the stairs. Like, there's like 5-6 different paths to take to get up a flight of stairs. Like, that's the kind of insane level design that SA2 had. While in the newer games, it's often like, oh, we have this one path for you in mind. If you do it a different way, I guess it could be a path, but there's just one intended one. But SA2 had it that a lot of the time there are multiple intended paths. Like, even if it's just a diverging path where it's like, okay, you either go up the stairs or you use the rail next to the stairs, or you jump up because it's the perfect height for jumping up the stairs in one go. Like, even though it's like this minuscule of a difference, and it in the big scheme it does not make any difference which path you took, because it all takes the same amount of time, because it's just one jump away. But it gives you the option to choose, and it gives you the option to learn about these different things. Like, what that first jump above the stairs teaches you is this is how high and how far you can jump. This flight of stairs is like the amount of jump you can do if you dare to try. Or like, you will learn, oh, you can grind on rails, so you can, in the next part of the level, actually already use the rails to grind without a tutorial. Like, it's just these little things like that that I really miss in Sonic games nowadays. I could gush about SA2 forever. It's just such a good game. It's such a good bad game. Okay. Okay, on topic, Frontiers. I talked about koios. Okay, wait, hold on. Koios. Questioning. Maybe I should use a different brush. And maybe I have notes on this. I'm gonna check again, just to be sure. Okay, I do not have notes on this. At least I can't find it right now. I was so sure I did, but I guess I'm just so bad at naming my files. Yeah, I don't know. I really am. Okay, and then Hyperion. Questioning and direction. I'm gonna use a different one. Okay. For Hyperion, I said, no other island would fit the sun god like the deserts of what originally was called Aris Island. Personally, I'm also fond of adding some oceanic flair with fossils and stuff. The tower that leads to the Wyvern boss fight would be higher than any other. In fact, it's not even a tower, but a very old tall tree with architecture on it. Because Hyperion is the name of the tallest tree on Earth. This island is all about piercing the sky, because Uranus is the god of the sky, and this is what you want to reach. Like this is where we're going. This is the foreshadowing. Yeah, like Hyperion is the god of the sun. Or like Titan. Hold on. This means desert. Like this. My writing is so bad. Okay. Piercing the sky. Oh, the music has stopped. Disc 2 time. Oh, it's the shadow one, okay. We are not listening to the town missions. Okay. Kreios. And then iapetos. And then kronos. I don't know why I wrote that small. Okay. Kreios, what did I have for this? Okay, I kept the same aesthetic. Kreios Island is an island of new beginnings. The volcanic activity here has created an island that experiences extinction and rebirth on the regular. Beautiful flowers have conquered the areas that have evaded eruptions for multiple years. This island houses the richest of fruits as well as the deadliest acid pits. The basalt columns house interesting architecture integrated into the natural formations. Kreios is about the land of the earth, GAIA, and you feel the land at its finest here. I like the gameplay aspects of this fight, so I keep the gimmicks similar with a changed design. Yeah, because my design for that Titan was quite different from the original. Like, I redesigned it to look like this. I think that's cool. Like, I really liked the shape of the legs, but I didn't like that it was just another guy. Like, there's 4 Titans and 3 of them were like a guy. Like, yeah, this guy was on a horse, but it was still a guy. And with the ancients being like aliens, I think it would be more fitting if there was like more variety. Especially because, if I remember correctly, it said that this this Titan pilot was the most like animalistic or like whatever of the bunch, and it's just, I don't see it unless it looks like an animal. But yeah, I also made this one based this, I called this one areas because I was like, this is like a star formation? Question mark. English words are escaping me. Because all of these have to do with stars too, so. And I think the areas, oh, constellation is the word. The Aries constellation is in the area where this thing is. I knew I had. I had notes on this, but I can't find them. This is just soul design stuff. And this is Sonic Prime. Yeah, I do not know where the fuck my notes went. The design is based not purely, but I know the Aries formation is where was it? In the south somewhere, apparently. So I was using that, and then Aries is like a ram. Is it called rambuck in English as well? It's some kind of sheep. So I was like, okay, it's a deadly sheep. This is the horns. And I just embedded some other stuff in here, like there's this ancient shark called Helicoptero that has this weird mouth that like curls up here, and there's teeth growing all the way like this in a spiral. And I was like, this looks cool. I can use this, like the saw blade can be detached and thrown, and then can still have this gameplay gimmick of the deadly saw disc and stuff. And also scorpion, like the scorpion tail, because there's a slight association with scorpions. Yeah, it's an interesting creature. It absolutely is. Yeah, and then I said the Kreios Island is what used to be Chaos Island. So it's like volcanic stuff. What I also think is interesting is because I mentioned Gaia earlier as the Earth. Like Sonic already did that in Unleashed with like the deities of the planet were called Gaia. Like light Gaia and dark Gaia. So it's the light of the earth and the darkness of the earth. And I think that is just really nice that if they tie into this and use more Greek inspired stuff, that they would actually like lean into it instead of just being random about it like they did. Like I think it's really sad how random they were with it. Like especially with Ares. Like it's not even a Titan, come on. Yay. Okay. And then I had okay, I actually have one more Titan than the actual game, because I think in the game it was only 4 of them. And if there were 5, then no, there were not 5, because one of the islands was literally just activate the towers. There was no boss on there. Yeah. I mentioned this before, but like I'm so pissed that Frontiers did not actually do anything with the ancients' cultures. Like they didn't leave anything behind. The only stuff left behind was stuff that was relevant to the plot, or like, I guess, stuff that Ian Flynn had ideas about, or maybe it was the Sonic team people that had him do whatever he could with what they gave him. But like, the only stuff that was there was a flower field that apparently they cultivated, question mark? Like, that's in Amy's mission. There's like weapons of mass destruction that Tails finds on Chaos Island. On Aris Island there is like this huge wall that is meant to protect them or something, and that's the only thing that they talk about there. It's just scraps, absolute scraps. Yeah, exactly. Like, I understand the idea of preserving digitally, but they would have had a life outside of cyberspace before everything went, like, down. Like I said earlier, like, at least give me a pot to destroy in one of those random houses. Like, come on. Ancient village and there's no pots to destroy. Yeah, exactly. They kept hyping up this mystery of the ancients, and then there was just nothing. All the information they gave us was in cutscenes that were easy to miss. It was just info dumped on us. I don't even know half of the ancient lore because I did not bother to collect enough tokens to like talk to Sage, and I did not bother to look for her because the only way to get the dialogue is to just randomly find her in the world and give her enough tokens. Like, what is this? There was absolutely zero payoff, and all the references in the story itself to the older games, namely Unleashed, which is like the biggest offense to me, just pissed me off so much. It was just, oh hey, I'm dangling a carrot on a stick in your face, and you're gonna eat it. Unleashed only had CGI cutscenes for the beginning and the end. Everything in between was like in-engine stuff. But the thing is, in Unleashed it just looks better because they used the engine better. Like, Unleashed had a very special lighting thing. I don't remember if it's... I'm not so good with 3D stuff, so I don't know if it's like a shader or just lighting engine or technology or whatever. But they had this really cool thing that could generate pretty realistic lighting for like the outdoors with like really good shadows. And the colors just generally were very pleasant. Like in new Sonic games, the colors are so horrendous. Every time I look at any Frontier screenshot, I'm just like, the colors. I'm screaming. Like, I don't have the energy to scream really, but internally I'm just screaming. This is so bad. Okay. Oh, this is new beginnings. Rebirth. And okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next island because there's a lot of stuff I did different. Because I would just remove the whole thing with Reha Island where you activate the towers. I would remove all of that. That is not relevant to my version of the game. You would just go directly to Uranus Island, which I would call Iapetos Island, which is what was Iapetos? Yeah, Iapetos is the father of Atlas, and I think pretty much everyone knows who Atlas is, like the titan that is holding up the sky on his like shoulders. Like my notes say, there's a big temple of Atlas where the titan is locked away. 4 of the emeralds are hidden in the area, but 3 of them are near on the titan itself. The titan looks a little different. There's a top and bottom side to it. It is somewhat two-faced. Okay, yeah. There's an oceanic theme to the design with Okeanos, because Okeanos is the strongest titan, and he's the one who stayed neutral in the myth and in the conflict. He's and then there's also the theme of Atlas. So like Okeanos and Atlas are the two titans kind of meshed together to make this new titan. I'm gonna show it on screen because I'm really proud of this design actually. Like this is the titan, Atlas of Iapetos. This is like also like with the I mean, I don't think it would have made it easier to the average person because the myth of the Titans is pretty niche. I think not everyone knows, especially with the names for the cardinal directions and stuff. I don't think most normies know about that. But it would be a good gateway into it to like have something that is kind of familiar that makes you interested because it's like it means something. Because they did use Greek names for different things, but nothing actually made any sense. It was not with meaning. There was nothing to look up afterwards on like Google, like, oh, is there like symbolism? Like, did they use kronos because there's like some mythological connection to the idea that they had? No, there's just nothing. Which pisses me off. Yeah, it is. It is. I hope that when I ever release something, I'm gonna make the theorists go wild. But yeah, like the thing with this design was also like literally, if the names would just mean anything, like I didn't even go full on myth. I just used the names and then looked up what the names meant and then tried to shoehorn my ideas into the names. Like this is it's so little effort. Yes, I love this part of the design. Also, something that I'm really proud of is this is like perfect chaos, but like turned on his head. I thought that was cool because like the ancients are related to chaos, so I thought that the most powerful of the titans should reflect that. Like perfect chaos is the most powerful of them. It just makes sense. I literally offered myself to so many people. I'm just No one wants to hire me. When I graduated game school, my profs were all like, "Oh, you're gonna go so big in the games industry because you're like the guy who does everything out of passion, and every game studio wants that." And then I apply to a million game studios and no one wants me. It's such a sad reality. But oh well, I'm here making my stupid stuff just for myself. Literally, once I get ADHD meds and I'm able to function, I'm just gonna make my own game. I'm trying so hard to learn 3D stuff, but I just don't have the brains. Yeah, like, it's not even that it has to click subconsciously. Like, with this Perfect Chaos thing, even if Frontiers was the first game of someone, and they saw this design, and they were like, oh my god, Sonic is so cool, I'm gonna look at the old games now, and see what else is there in the series, because this seems to be like a continuous thing, like the story goes on, and it just keeps building on itself. So I would really like to know what else happened. And then they get to Sonic Adventure 1 and they see Perfect Chaos and they're like, oh my god, this reminds me of the thing I saw in Frontiers, and then they will make the connections and their brain is going to explode. Like, this is the type of stuff that I'm striving for. Yeah. But yeah, like this thing here is the end, by the way, just so you know. Okay, I have a lot of notes on this. Once you get the first emerald near the Titan, it activates and starts attacking. This is the first phase where you need to play as normal Sonic and use parkour and parry to climb and stun the Titan. So you have more time to go to the two emeralds on the opposite ends of the Titan. So yeah, this little ball here is the end. What Sonic doesn't know is that this Titan is like the prison keeper of the end, and Sonic has been listening to the end the whole time to like free it, but he didn't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. We are right now looking at my design for the fourth Titan of the fourth island, which in the original game it is Uranus Island, and no wait, in the game it's the fifth, but whatever. Reha doesn't exist in my version, and this is basically the last step before the final game, like, and my idea here is that this is like an Atlas type thing. He's carrying the sky, Uranus, in this bulb, and like it's based on Perfect Chaos, the design, and yeah. So the thing is, like, there would be like an emerald here, and then here on the nose, and here on the tail. So the gameplay would be you get the emerald that is here, and then this thing wakes up, and you have to walk up. Like with the other Titans, you would have to like climb up one of the legs to get up, and then you have to get to one side and then the other. And once you have that, yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, the challenge of this fight is that the hostile environment is the Titan itself, and you're not supersonic yet, because in every other fight you were supersonic against the Titans, but here you have to find the emeralds first that are like on the Titan. So you need to do phase 1 of the fight as normal Sonic, which can be tricky, but like I think this challenge could be fun. Also, my idea is that Sonic at this point would be visibly corrupted. So it gives a dire urgency, because Sonic thinks that once he destroys whatever the fuck this thing is, the corruption will go, because that's what the voice in the sky has been telling him, I guess. I'm not sure about it. But like, he's just doing whatever he can to like fight this off. Yeah, but once he gets the emeralds and he turns supersonic, the fight takes to the sky, because the Titan breaks out of its confinements, and the orb is not like holding it down anymore. I'm gonna open the file for phase 2. This is phase 2 of the fight, where it's like going in the sky. The arms from earlier, these ones, they turn into wings. And this is supersonic, this small little thing there. But yeah, like, this is perfect chaos. This is like the ultimate sign that this is... Yeah, and then the end just turns into a black hole. And the whole time, this thing was the weak spot of this enemy, until it broke, and then just hell breaking loose. Because Sonic did not know that the end, Uranus, was sealed away in there. And shortly before defeating the Titan, the orb breaks and reveals the black hole. Sonic succumbs to the corruption after defeating Atlas. He absorbs all of the corruption and carries the entire burden of the corruption alone now. Because this Titan was carrying the burden of the corruption. But now that Sonic broke the thing, he became the new Atlas. So he's the one carrying the end now. But the way that he is carrying the end is like, it's not confined anymore, it's not in prison. The black hole, this thing, starts growing and it goes up into the sky. Sonic's friends are now free from Cyber Limbo, and they have to go to Kronos Island to find the emeralds to restore Sonic to normal before Uranus can reform completely. So the black hole is sucking up stuff and trying to like reform into the former glory when it eradicated the ancients. And Sonic's friends have to go to the last island, Kronos Island, to get the emeralds to restore everything, to help Sonic get back to speed so he can fight the end. I think I had notes on the gameplay of the characters, but I can't find it right now. Yeah. But like, this is like, for me, the idea how the other characters would come into play for like them having gameplay. Yeah, I love this concept. I wish it was the real game, but whatever. When I made these designs, actually, I'm gonna... Because after this, it's Supreme time. No, wait, this was my redesign of Supreme. It's just so funny because... This was one of my first, like, this was, used to be this. I tried to use the original Supreme and do something else with it. Like, I had this idea with the carrying the cyber stuff. And I don't have the sketch anymore, but I had one where it had more arms than just 4. And then the DLC came out and Supreme had like a fuck ton of arms. And it looked like it was holding up the moon, like the end moon thing. And I was just like, huh. Did we just think alike? Oh yeah, I definitely love B. But the problem with B is this is what I designed Dark Gaia to be like. In my design idea, Dark Gaia is like a centipede. So I was like, oh, I can't do the same thing twice. Yeah, exactly. I think it was just such a wasted opportunity because Atlas is a Titan. And it was all about Titans. Why would the last Titan, the powerful last Titan that is like the last resort to hold back the end, why is that not based on Atlas? Like, I think in the DLC they kind of did it, but I don't know. So yeah, Kronos Island. Sonic's friends give their all in an end-of-the-world style from Sonic 06 sectioning where each of the characters' abilities gets to shine for a bit. Once Sonic's friends find the emeralds and restore Sonic, he gets to fight Uranos. Oh yeah, in the lower left, here I was thinking that Cybersonic would be trapped in here and his friends actually have to fight the Titan. That was my first idea. But I thought it was too weird to just unleash Sonic's friends onto a boss out of nowhere. So I pedaled back on that idea and I was like, oh no, wait, I could make Sonic himself be the new Atlas. I think that would be better. And then, okay. Okay, here. I have so many notes on the end, it's insane. Like, the end is Uranus, the sky. And what better if not a black hole? Because the whole thing with the end in the game is that it is the end of everything. It's like nothingness, the opposite of chaos. And I think that is like the most compelling thing about the end. That it is the opposite of chaos. Because the ancients are all chaos in a way. I don't really understand. I hate that chaos is an alien now. But chaos is like the energy of Sonic's world. And the end being the opposite of that. Like the symbolic possibilities of it all. Like they had the ultimate enemy. And they did nothing with it. It was just a rock. A rock with a voice. It's just... It pisses me off. Yeah, exactly. The thing with black holes and absorbing light and like... The only way to kill light is if it was sucked into a black hole, because black holes have such a strong gravity, it even attracts light, photons, stuff. Yeah. I was definitely thinking of like the stuff like what is finite. Everything is in a way, because in a black hole everything is just gone. Yeah, no, you're right. It makes sense. It should not be a moon, it should not be a comet. Yeah, literally, there's just so much. Like, they go and have aliens and space stuff, but they do nothing with it. Like, they always just, they are so shallow with everything, and it's just so sad. My first, anyways, my I have to get on with describing stuff. My first idea with the end was Ouroboros, because that's like the motive for like things being infinite and finite at the same time, because it's the creature that eats itself, and it like regenerates as it eats itself, and it just wants to end things so badly. And I also had like this whole idea of like biblically accurate angels. So there was like a lot of like stuff with like, oh, black hole and stuff. I was also thinking about like ways that it could attack Sonic, because gameplay is really important in games. So I was like, yeah, this was what I did later with like with the final design later. Slashing arms would squash Sonics, Sawmouth would eat Sonic, Scorpion Sting would pierce Sonic, and the Screech of Death would incinerate Sonic. So this is like all prominent ways that things die. Like things are squished, they're eaten, they're impaled, or they're burned. This is how things can end. in the natural world, I guess. Like, I think these are all really cool symbolic ways to like symbolize death, and also it's fun ways to like have cool special moves, I guess. Because the other Titans, they all had cool special moves, like final attacks, and it was like a lot of spectacle, and that's fine, that's good. But I would say you need more of that in the final fight, because the final fight had literally nothing. It was not spectacular at all, it was just so fucking boring. No, it's not too on the nose, but like my ideas were that there would be, like, I think the death animation where Sonic would get sucked into the black hole would be if he runs out of rings. Like, if you're out of rings and you turn normal Sonic, then I guess you could get sucked in the black hole. But, oh yeah, they did say the end looks different to people depending on their personal view of death and whatever. So, personally, I think, wouldn't, like, Sonic see something else and not the fucking moon? Like, that's what I went with in the end. This is my first concept. Like, it's just this void with teeth, and then all the past enemies that Sonic had as biblically accurate Ouroboros rings. Yeah, so like all his past enemies attacking, I thought that would be just such a good idea. But like with this thing, it would be like, there would be like major attacks to Sonic that would all have cool quick time event reaction type thing, like the other Titan fights. So whenever you would fail one of these, Sonic would just die by squashing, eating, piercing, or incineration, which is all fine deaths for a Sonic the Hedgehog. And I don't know, him avoiding these attacks and turning it around, I think that could be really cool. And then the final attack would be Sonic flies around so fast the black hole rotates the other direction and implodes. I just thought that would be so fucking funny. Yeah, exactly. This is my final design of the end. I'm gonna remove these glitchies. I literally put in every single enemy, like boss, that Sonic had to fight throughout the games, even the niche ones, even the ones that I hated. Yeah, like there's even like an asteroid belt of Batniks. And like all of these, like this whole thing is one continuous loop. It does not stop. It is one single Ouroboros. Just so many heads, so much eating. Like even the Titans are like in this, which I think is just yeah, I just thought it would be so fun, because like if you're already going to do so many callbacks to old games, like if you're going to mention every single game, like every 5 seconds is a reference or something, then fucking do something with it. Like this didnt redesign, even like this one isn't even for my version of the game. It's like I made this redesign for the original Frontiers game. Like this would work in the original game. Exactly, just going all the way. Because I was annoyed that everything was mentioned constantly, but nothing was shown. This is the biggest worry I have right now with Sonic, that they do a lot of tell, but they never show. Yes, I miss the Eldritch Horror in Sonic so much. Read my comic, I have Eldritch Horror in it. Yeah, the thing with, yeah, like what you mentioned with the emeralds and Unleash and everything, it just annoys me so much, with how in Unleashed everything was established with how, oh yeah, the emeralds are the light of the planet. They're like an integral part of it. Like the emeralds were called the 7 fires of the world, or lights, that they were rekindled or something. And it was such a good message and like overall thing, like also with the balance of light and dark Gaia. And then in Frontiers they were just like, oh, by the way, the Chaos Emeralds are from space, but the Master Emerald, well, that was on Sonic's world. Yeah, like it is referencing. Yeah, I really hated the whole ancients thing. Oh, they're aliens. Chaos is not unique. Him being a god, we never said that. Anyways, Frontiers is not canon in my universe. But yeah, on the topic of Frontiers, I guess I'll just say some final stuff about my notes so I can finally push that aside and talk about Prime, so I can get on to actually drawing anything, because Frontiers has me in such a brain explosion mode that I can't draw while I'm trying to think about it. Okay, because I have to look so much on my notes. With Prime, I can easily just talk from my head. But Frontiers, I didn't play the game in over a year, because I put off talking about this for so long, because it's so much. The bosses. Okay, Ashura was fucking annoying, because getting up that big thing, like Ashura is the one that looks like this. It has like the two legs, and then it's like a pepper shaker, and it has 3 arms. You know the boss. It was so glitchy to get up here, and there were like these things with lasers on the shoulders that were just absolutely at random, moving at random, and I would always get caught in this. Like, there was no way that you could down here tell, oh, okay, the animation is right now here or here, so I will go up now, because once I'm up here and I see, oh, the animation is coming close, I can't even land there without dying. Like, it's over. And it was just so annoying, and it took so long to take out, and it's glitchy, and I avoided it like the pest. Squid was also a really bad boss. Squid was the thing that was like this really long trail, and there was this weird thing on here that was, you would always get jump scared by this boss while walking around. Like, this boss was just so much walking. Like, you would just boost until your boost was gone, and you would just still not over. Like, there is predetermined times when you can attack, and I think it takes 2 minutes to beat this boss just because you are forced to walk in a big circle. Like, there's no way to speedrun this, and if there is, I'm just too stupid to find it. With a lot of Frontiers things, I sometimes feel like I'm too stupid to find a shortcut. But like, okay. Yeah, generally what I noticed was whenever I was trying to do a boss, it was 2 hits and I'm dead. Getting rings is usually possible, but like, it is very risky. Like, you're more likely gonna die trying to get more rings than actually gonna get rings, which is really frustrating. And it's interrupting the fight a lot, because with some enemies I would like attack once and then run away to get rings and then come back, which is just so annoying. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, Strider was a really bad boss. I don't know if you know who Strider is. Not Dave Strider, but like this boss that was like, it was this big. It was just, and then there was random constellations happening up here, but the whole fighting of this boss was just happening down here. It was, yeah, the one with the rings. It was so annoying. you had, like, there was, yeah, you had to grind, you had to do a full grind on the thing before you could jump up, I think. And you had to do a full grind on each of these to do something. I forgot what. I think to activate the thing that there's no shield here and you can actually attack. I would fall down all the time. And you have to start over from the very beginning. I'm gonna get to Ghost in a second. Yeah, something like that. I don't remember. I hated it. It's bad. Most of the bosses are bad, which is really fucking bad if you have a game that is mostly focused on fighting and your combat system is shit, and then the bosses are shit, and everything is shit. Like, it's just so sad that Frontiers had so much stakes on the combat system, but literally only fun thing to do in Frontiers, to me personally, was doing the good old Sonic gameplay stuff that's like zooming around and platforming. Like, I'm playing this platformer because I want to platform. I find, like, for example, in Unleashed, they also tried something else. Like, the gameplay with the werehog is like combat focused, which is fine. I like the combat in Unleashed, because in Unleashed, at least, it's like kind of complementary to Sonic in a way. Like, it is, brutality was never Sonic's style, but the way the werehog attacks is like extremely quick. Like, it's a lot of button mashing, and I think button mashing lends well to Sonic because he's all about speed, and the faster you mash the buttons and do the combos, the better the attacks get, and the faster you can like destroy all the enemies. And I think that's what made the werehog so fun to me personally. Especially because it's hands-on with the fighting. While in Frontiers, I think the fighting is more detached. Like, the combat is not really rewarding. Like, there is no such thing as combos, really. Like, you don't have to press buttons in a certain way, like in a certain order to make special attacks or anything. Like, what I did most of the time was just hold whatever button it was for that stupid X attack, where Sonic would just float and spam some X thing. Like, you just hold one button and it spams this X thing that does infinite damage. Like, why would you need any other attack when you have that? Oh god, the music is out. Okay. The next thing is disc free. Silver time. The best comes last. Yeah, like, most of the moves that Sonic has don't really feel like Sonic moves. It's just random combat stuff that the devs thought about, that, like, it looks cool, but it's not Sonic. Yeah, I think the combat would be much better if Sonic had like a lot of breakdance moves, and you can combo the moves together by pressing different buttons in a different order, and he performs different kind of dances, and this is how he attacks. Because he loves to do a lot of kicking. Yeah, don't even ask. That's just weird stuff. Okay, the boss in Frontiers that annoyed me the most was the shark. I'm just gonna draw chaos now. Shark moment. The shark annoyed me the most because when I first encountered the shark, it was just like, okay, you write this thing, you avoid stuff, and then you just like when it is on the ground, you can attack it, right? But what I did not understand was, like, from my understanding as a Sonic fan, is you first jump and then you homing attack. You first jump, and once you're in the air, you can homing attack. This is the assumption that I had my whole life about Sonic. It was correct in every other game. But then in Frontiers, when I did the 2-minute cutscene with Shark, and it was lying on the ground, and I wanted to attack it. So I jumped and tried to homing attack. And it every time it went back into the ground, and I was like, why? Why is it going back into the ground? I wanted to attack it. Why is the time frame of when I can attack this thing so short? And then I realized I was meant to just press X to immediately homing attack. There is so much rage in me. I hate this fucking game. The same goes for the fucking final boss. I have so many notes on this. It was so bad. Like, not even the shooting, the bullet hell pew pew stuff. That is child's play compared to the quick time event in the very end. Because you have to go through these 8 and what minutes of pew pew stuff. You have to survive it. And then when you finish the hell that is the bullets, they have a prompt where it's not very clear what you're meant to be doing. It is a prompt that has never appeared before in the game. In no boss, in no nothing, the prompt is completely new. You're introduced to a new prompt. You're meant to press at a very special time, I think. I don't remember. Oh, you're meant to press and hold. I genuinely do not remember what the prompt is. I just know it's not in the rest of the game. Nowhere else is it asking you to do this thing. Yeah. Like, it looks very similar to a different prompt in the other boss fights. I will take Eggman Land over this. Like, I'm stuck in Eggman Land right now in Unleashed. And I hate it. Because I need to farm lives before I can go back in, because I had a game over. But I'm still like, I forgive them for Eggman Land more than for whatever the fuck Frontiers did. Because Frontiers is newer. They should have known better. Okay, there's a few more bosses like Spider. And normally, like, the thing throws you into the air, I think, and then you fall down. And normally you can control if you fall fast or slow. But if you say you fall fast with that, you fall fast indefinitely, and then you die because you're stupid. Maybe I'm just too impatient, I don't know. Caterpillar is annoying because once hit you can't escape to get rings. I don't fucking understand the crab one. I avoided it because it was just, it sucked me into this thing, and then it was just, I was teleported away and I was just so confused and disoriented. It was hell. Ninja and Tower were the only ones that had progression, that were like on different islands. They got harder the more like you progress in the game, which is fine. But I think that the progression was not a good one for the most part. It was just more aggressive and more annoying to deal with. Like, I avoided all the bosses like the plague because it was just so annoying to fight them. It was just, it wasn't fun, and it was such a waste of time, because if I wanted gears, I could just go to the first island and destroy these, or I could just go fishing, which I think a lot of people did. Just go fishing. Okay, my last notes. The first 3 islands were too easy. All the enemies were pretty easy, but then on Uranos Island, suddenly everything is a chore. Everything is out to get you. Like, it's not exactly hard, but it's just annoying. And like, when stuff in your game is annoying and people avoid it, that's not a good sign. And I can't read the rest of my notes. That just, my writing is bad. Okay. Yeah, tedious is also a good word to describe it. It's just tedious. Okay. I'm just gonna draw chaos and then I will get to prime. I don't know if any of you know, because I have a Mobian design for chaos. I just never draw it. I don't know what the headpiece looks like off the top of my head. What is it? Chaos, where are you? I remember you were somewhere here. Okay. Oh, yeah, I love drawing hands. Hands are nothing to me. Give me the weirdest hand pose and I will do it. No sweat. Which one? When I think of Seto Kaiba, I always think of the one from, was it the first episode where Yugi takes out the Exodia and Kaiba is just... Yeah, my version of Chaos is a shark, because I don't even remember why. I think because one of the Chaos forms is like... No, this is Chaos, like Asimovian. I made him a black-tipped Wraith Shark because they are my favorite. Like, there's just literally no other reason, and it's my favorite. Yeah, like, one of his forms in Sonic Adventure 1 is actually a fish. I think that's where my inspiration comes from. Oh geez, remember Chibless. But yeah, the idea here is that he has like traditional Maya clothing, because echidnas. Riders and zero gravity and stuff is just so good. I could put that one on once the 06 soundtrack is gone. Yeah, I think the reason that there are no aquatic animals in Sonic is because I think it just doesn't make a lot of sense for a fish to be on water, but yeah, Vector kind of counts as a semi-aquatic animal, I guess. But yeah, I think one problem is just how do you handle the fishiness. I mean, I guess Starline also counts, but no, I mean, he's not in the games, he's in the comics. I mean, I think Sonic can catch a shark in Frontiers, so... Okay, now we can talk about avoid the void. Literally nothing else, just avoid the void. That's all we're talking about now. I'm so funny. But like, for real, this is just the episode. Like, talking about Frontiers now, what should we start with? We can just talk about Avoid the Void, like, I have no problem with that. I could also start with, like, just talking about the negatives of Prime first, or I could start by just gushing about all the positives. I hate to love it, and I love to hate it. Does that count? Like, my relationship with Prime is just, I hate to love it, and I love to hate it, but I hate and I love it. It's like two-edged sword. Because this is I could also start by saying my notes on like the difference between Prime and Frontiers, because sorry if my rustling is loud, because yeah, yeah, like because I was just talking about Frontiers, so I think comparing the two is a good introduction, because I talk about good and bad stuff, so I can elaborate later on the good and bad of Prime. Like, the difference is Frontiers did a lot of telling and not showing anything. It was so painful. Like the story of Frontiers, like only just going by story now, because of course a show is not gonna have gameplay or the level design elements. It's just about the plot now. I'm gonna redraw these frames. I don't know which one do I start with. I'm gonna do Happy Shadow first. We all deserve a happy shadow in our lives. I was gonna do lower left first, actually, but now I'm doing Happy Shadow. But yeah. As said, like, Frontiers had just so much references, and it was all just absolutely nothing. Like, there was no substance at all. And then the premise and the plot of Frontiers were actually great, because like the idea of like this the end thing that is the opposite of chaos, Sonic having to deal with him being so fucking selfless that he's like willing to die to save his friends with like the cyber corruption. He's willing to take everything on himself. He's like the ultimate martyr, where he's like just taking everything on his shoulders, and he's not letting anyone see how much he's suffering. So yeah, like Sonic doesn't show that he's suffering, and honestly, that is a thing that was like when I first saw the story to Frontiers, I was just so, oh my god, they literally ripped off Form, but like made it bad. Or at least this is like what I like wanted in Form to happen, with like the whole Sonic is not telling anyone about the bad stuff that's happening, and he's trying so hard to deal with all of this all by himself without letting anyone help him, because that is his burden to carry and whatever bullshit. Like, that's stuff, that's a very integral plot point of my comic. It has been since day one. And in Frontiers, I was really happy to see that part of Sonic, like, that they would address it. But it was only addressed, it was never actually digested, it was never, like, built upon. And that really pissed me off. So they had like good ideas, but the execution was absolute trash. They failed miserably. Meanwhile, like in Prime, they did really well with the characters. Like, there were a lot of character moments, there was a lot of like interaction between the characters, they bounced off each other. There was a lot of like character like growth, there was there was actual arcs that characters went through. Like, holy shit. Yeah, like, this is, like, hate the characterization of Sonic in Prime as much as you want, but at least they made him feel. Like, avoid the void. Just Sonic sitting down and shaking and trying not to cry in front of Shadow, like, hello? Like, this is the kind of stuff that I expected to see in Frontiers. But they just didn't do anything with it. Sonic was just constantly like, I'm fine. And then they never built on it. Like, he was obviously lying. He was obviously trying to protect his friends. But they never talked about it. Yeah, Sonic definitely has a complex. But yeah, so the thing with Prime is that Prime does have absolutely no plot, no world building. It's pretty empty in that department. There's just good character dialogues. Like, that's all there is. Good character dialogue, good character dynamics, good writing, but there's just no meat. It's just hollow character development, I guess. Which is really sad. And it's like, if Frontiers and Prime had a baby, I think it would be beautiful. But yeah, that's like the state of it all. Just the two of them have opposite problems, and if they like mash together, I think they would make something good. I think Sonic Team isn't scared of making Sonic have flaws. Because if you remember in Sonic and the Black Knight, he literally said he isn't scared of being seen as the bad guy. If what he's doing feels right. If what he's doing feels like the right thing to do. Like, for him personally. Like, he doesn't care that everyone in the world thinks he's the enemy, that he's evil and he's doing something wrong, because he knows for himself in his heart, this is the right thing to do. I want to help people, and I personally don't think that an eternal world would be ideal. I don't think that immortality is good and should be obtained through fucked up dark magic means. Yeah. I think this is also interesting because you bring it up with Shadow's line in 06 there, that this is like the difference between the two. Like, Shadow is willing to fight the world if it comes to it, but Sonic is willing to fight for the world if it comes to it. Like, no matter what, he's going to do his best to fight for the world that he believes in. And like this is why I love Black Knight, because it lets Sonic's character shine so much, even though it's just a silly like storybook thing. It is actually pretty serious, actually, but like it has the really real topics of things that people are scared about. Like, I need to Google what's the word in English. Oh God, why is that? Why is the word so complicated? Transience? Transience? English, what the fuck are you doing? I mean this word. This is a thing a lot of people are scared of, and Sonic and the Black Knight handles this topic really beautifully. Transience. Okay. Thanks. Sometimes I forget that I'm actually not good in English. I just memorized everything. Yeah, like everything being temporary. That is something that a lot of people are scared of. Like memento mori. What was the other one? Carpe diem. Like that's all things that people are scared of. And Sonic tackling this very serious topic in the silly game where he has a sword. I don't know. I just think that's cool of Sonic Team. They did well with this. Wait, his hand shows whatever. But yeah, that was my notes on Prime. The last thing is these two medias exemplify how both of the things like world building and plot and character like progression and stuff they're both integral to a good story, and you need both of them to make a really good product in the end. And a lot of people are like excusing or like complaining like, oh, Sonic should just stop making complex stories, or like trying to make complex stories because it just doesn't work. Like Unleashed had an extremely simple story, but because they had good character writing, it feels really deep, because it is, in a way, through the character writing. Also, yeah, this is still 06. This is like the end of the Silver story, where they decide to go back to the future. Yeah, Sonic taking itself seriously is so important to me personally, especially ever since I saw this interview with the story writer for Sonic Adventure 2, who said he was inspired by Ghibli when he did the story for Sonic Adventure 2. Like I can totally see it, that it has the same larger than life, but at the same time relatable and personal feel that a Ghibli movie has. Like, especially the ones of the kind like Nausicaa. Like, there is something bigger in play, but at the same time, every person in this has something to do with all of this, and every person has like a part in all this, what's happening. Yeah, like I think this is why SA2 just clicks with a lot of people, because it really is like a Ghibli story. They really went all out there. It takes itself seriously, and despite being a little goofy sometimes, it's just, oh my god, everything in what I draw is just so bad because I'm so focused on talking. But it's okay. I'm just gonna put this here. Do not type, please. Thank you. Yeah, I think the biggest mistake was trying to manipulate the target audience, because Sonic always had a target audience that created itself. Like, the way they did target audience back in the day was they just released a game and they let the people who are interested in the stuff come to them on their own terms. They did not actually like big research on, oh, this is popular with the kids right now because kids are the biggest market or something. Like, it's mostly because of how the game industry used to be different. Because the harsh reality is the gaming industry nowadays is just so different from how it used to be that it's almost impossible for stuff to be the way that it was. Especially with big IPs like Sonic. I don't think we're ever going back to the way things used to be. Yeah, like, I think Sega is shooting itself in the foot at times with how they're trying, like, a lot of people are doing it right now. Most big companies are, especially Disney. They're all trying to pamper to nostalgia. Like, when you look at, like, Nintendo is doing it really, really well. Like, if you've seen the latest Nintendo Direct, like 50% or even more was just remakes and re-releases and remasters and a sequel to a long forgotten series or whatever. They're banking so hard on nostalgia, it's insane. And Sonic is trying to do that too. Like, ever since Generations, they have been so hard on that nostalgia train. And they've been trying since Generations to replicate what happened. Because Generations made a lot of money, a lot of people bought it, a lot of people loved it. And they tried to replicate this, like, what's it called? When something goes well, success. Because not only was Generations a financial success, it was also just generally a critical success. People praise it, critiques praise it. It was just generally well received, and they wanted their next game to be well received. And we all know what happened. I don't remember. Did Sonic Boom come out after Generations? I think it came out shortly after? I know they tried to reboot the series with that, but they outsourced the development and it was a really bad management, so it flopped. Yeah. Oh, I think this is the thing where Sonic fucking dies. Yeah, this is the scene where Sonic dies. By the way, if you pay attention to the music. But yeah, it's just a lot of stuff happening. I'm so glad I'm off Twitter. I've never known peace like I do now. I'm just here. Oh yeah, the story was Big Red Button thought, hey, we're making a Sonic game. Like a next gen thing. It's gonna come out on Xbox and PlayStation and PC and I guess maybe the Wii. We don't know yet. And then Sega was like, hey, we have this contract with Nintendo and we need a Wii U game. And this contract is like an exclusivity deal. Let's do Sonic. Sonic does well with kids. And then Big Red Button had to port their PlayStation 3 game to the Wii U. And that's what happened. Yeah. I love 06. I'm an unapologetic 06 lover. I see the flaws, but it's fun. And that's all I care about. At least it doesn't piss me off the way Frontiers does. I guess it's like the question of what about the game is bad that makes me forgive or not forgive it. Because 06 is mostly just bad in like the way it's executed because they didn't have the time and resources. But some other games are bad because they're just designed badly. This is the scene where they talk about how to revive Sonic, and Shadow is like, genuinely sad about Sonic's death. He can't even look at his dead body. And people deny the gayness. Literally. Like, at least those 6 had banger tunes. I mean, Frontiers also had good music, but I don't know. I think 06 still outweighs Frontiers. Because the soundtrack, apart from the Titan battles, just... I don't remember anything. It's just so unmemorable. Breakthrough It All is literally in my forum playlist. It's just so good. Yeah. It's a lot. Okay. Do we want to get on with Prime? We keep getting sidetracked. ADHD be damned. Yeah, I think the Titan themes just go really well. Like, finally, Sonic songs that actually talk about his character. Okay, I'm gonna start with the negatives of Prime, so I can gush about it later. So we're gonna have, I'm gonna like talk about literally everything of Prime, and then we're gonna talk about Avoid the Void. I'm just that's just how it is. That's just how it goes. I'm gonna draw some gay shit. We need some light in the dark. Okay, so the number one negative point of Prime was the lack of depth. Prime had this problem that it constantly had, like, it was just so full of like red herrings. Like, I don't know if you all know what a red herring is. It's like when the narrative like gives you an information but then doesn't follow up on it. Like, it establishes something but never follows up on it. That's a red herring. And I made a list of all the red herrings that I could think of off the top of my head. I have not seen Prime in a while. I just rewatched Avoid the Void like it was a religious text or whatever. But the things that were red herrings were: the emerald is gone. Shadow has that weird paradox prism shift color effect this one time where he tries to go into the Shadowverse and then it's never followed up on. Shadow can't enter the Shatterverses because of chaos control, but he can enter Ghost Hill. Ghost Hill itself is a red herring. The fucking palm trees, they piss me off. The Shatter versions, all the Shatter versions of the characters, they're all red herrings. Like, each and every one of them, every single new character that was introduced is a red herring, because they all promise that there's something deeper behind them, that there is symbolism, but there is not. There is no follow-up, they just exist to exist. There's nothing deep happening in there. So, red herring. There's 5 Eggmen. There's only 3 Shadowverses. Maybe 4 if you count the Grim. And no, Ghost Hill does not count because it's the original. Okay, we're not talking about Exilla, but it's a red herring. The pixel flashbacks. The one Sonic part that is that makes sense, plot wise, and the one Shadow thing also makes sense plot wise. I think that's fine, but that there being 5 Eggman, but not 5 worlds that they go to that are different, that have 5 different Amy's, 5 different Knuckleses, 5 different Tails. That is what pisses me off. Like, as said, I can kind of count the Grim, because 9 makes metal versions of everyone, I guess? Question mark? But there needs to be a 5th world, and Ghost Hill does not count, the Void does not count. There's just a lot of plot points were red herrings. I can't tell exactly which ones. My notes say most of the character arcs just were teased, but they never happened. Chaos Sonic itself was a red herring. I believe everyone is pissed the same amount that Chaos Sonic showed up, blowed up, and never returned. Like, he really just appeared for the hype. Like, no question, the animators and the writers, everyone had fun with what they did. This is, I'm gonna talk about that later. But like, the fact that it just happened and then it's gone and we have to live with it, that was kind of, not so nice. Yeah, like, my prime example for the lack of depth was literally... I'm gonna read the notes word for word because I think it's so fucking funny. Shadow losing the emerald had no significance except excusing that he is now in gay baby jail. And then everything from that point on that includes Shadow is just... it gets shallower and weirder and just makes no fucking sense. And they could have handled this better. Literally, they did. I'm just, like, personally, I think it's insane for me to think about how they did not handle this. Because they already nuked Shadow so much. But they still couldn't handle him being so powerful. Like, personally, I think I handled it well in Thorm, where I had Shadow constantly present, but he was nuked to a point where he lacked the ability to completely overpower. But when it matters, he does overpower. And then it's epic and cool, and we're rooting for him. And I think that's what, like, should be used more. Because they knew about it. They knew about it. And they did use it in, like, certain episodes. But they just created so many characters that they all wanted to commit to giving them character arcs, but they just didn't do it. Like, they couldn't. It was just too much. Like, why did they include Big? Why did they try to give him character? What? Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Like, they had 5 Eggmen, but then there was only 3 worlds, and one of the worlds belonged to the Eggman. But like, why is no other world focused on Rouge or whatever? Um, or like, just generally more like focus on her, because she was very sidelined the entire time. There was like some Shadowverse versions that were very important. Like all the Roses, all the Amy's, they were like extremely important. They were main characters, honestly. Something in me tells me that they only put in Rouge so they could have a second girl. Because otherwise, everyone is just guys. They just needed another girl. I think they did try to have Shadow react to her, but um like when Sonic breaks down in Avoid the Void about his friends, and he's like, oh my god, these holograms, oh, my friends. And then Shadow briefly looks at Rouge when she says, you may not like how I handle things, but I get things done. And he like briefly looks at her and then looks away, and that's when he tells Sonic, hey, these holograms, they were made to torture us. Like, in that moment, I felt like the writers really expressed how much he cares about Rouge. But that was just one moment. One glimpse into what could have been. I'm pretty sure they know each other. Yeah, it's just very mushy. We don't really know. They never establish it much. Like, they don't establish much of anything. It's just they're throwing us in. They're assuming that the people watching already know about the characters' relationships. Yeah, yeah. Like, just that's the thing. It's also one of my negative points. The relationships between the characters are sometimes just really bad, which is really sad because, like, for example, the dynamic between Shadow and Sonic was done so well, but then other character dynamics were just absolutely underutilized. His old man shit and the music plays. Uh, that is a thing. Oh, okay. The thing with the flashbacks, it's also a minus point that I have, is they did it in this pixel art style. Like, first of all, the pixel animation was not the best. And I can excuse it, they were not pixel artists. So, kudos to them for trying something new, just because they wanted to for the aesthetics or whatever. But like, they could have hired someone who knew what they were doing, because it would have been more efficient, they would have been done faster, it would look better. And second of all, the art styles don't mesh. They did not do their research on pixelated Sonic game art styles. They did not do their research on game timeline event bullshit. Literally, Sega is so fucking scared of Team Dog. It's just, everything is just God. I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to do here. Omega is nothing. Doesn't exist. Oh my god, I think I finally found the eyes. I found them. The eyes that I want to use. The eyes that look good. Oop, that was it. New soundtrack. Which one do we take actually? Because Sonic Riders is good, but I'm kind of feeling Black Knight. What are we feeling, chat? I could also just put this machine on loop. One vote for Sonic and the Black Knight. Okay, we're gonna do Sonic and the Black Knight. The OST is just very good for having in the background, I think. What is it? I have too many things saved. Sonic 06 OST, Unleashed OST. Where is it? Did I pass it already? That is. Okay, is this a good, like, volume? 06 has such a good soundtrack. I imagine I'm going. Once I'm on the symphony, I'm going insane. I'm going to sing so loud. I'm gonna drown out the entire thing. Okay, I'm gonna lower it a little. Okay, is this better? OBS, help me. Okay. I think this is gonna be better. Why is he looking up? I'm following the ref too closely. I think I should just bye. Goodbye, ref. Goodbye, Sonic again. Yeah, but once I lose the ref, it's so much better. The way it just improves when I don't use the ref. Yeah, I have other criticism of Crime. This is what happened in the show. I don't know what you're talking about. This is exactly how Sonic taunted him. This is a screenshot redraw, my guys. Okay, more criticisms. Something that really bothered me with the logic was that in the beginning it seemed that the shatter spaces were the result of the prism shattering, but all those hints that this was all like something that Sonic did, it was all nullified by the end. Because in the end it was implied that the Shadowverse always existed. It's kind of excusable to say, hey, the Shadowverse always existed, but like the shattering of the prism made it so you could go between them. But because like it is a paradox prism, so like if it's gonna create a paradox, I don't fucking care. But it's just very like random and lazy, kind of. And it's also just so sad because it means like a lot of people theorize a lot about like after the first season hit, or like the first part of the season, the first drop, people were theorizing, hey, people, the Shadowverse versions of the characters, they're like all an aspect of the character's personality, but like amplified. So it's like the only character trait. Like the characters were split apart into multiple like core character traits that they have. Like 9 is smart and mangy is like very primal, like it's the child part of Tails, and then I don't know what is the deal with Sales. And then like, oh, Amy is like, she loves nature and blah, and I don't remember what the other stuff was. And then with Knuckles, I think it was like people were saying Knuckles is like a leader or something, and then he's also, what's it called, superstitious, like for the, I forgot what the name was in the jungle. I hated the jungle. And then Dread was like the guild for his tribe or something. And like when people in the in the first batch were like trying to make these theories, like that was when people were really deep into theorizing and stuff because the world building was so new. But then more and more got revealed, and it was just more and more clear that nothing in this show was gonna be deep. Like nothing was gonna be deep. The deepest thing is literally just the sonata that's going on in this. And it's just sad. And yeah, like, I wrote that the Shadowverse characters having aspects of their characters should be a clue instead of a gimmick. The same also goes for the worlds, because the only world that was really explored was New York City. And even that was not really explored that deeply. Like, when I see that there is like, that Sonic creates different timelines where each time some disaster happened because he wasn't there to stop it. Like, his world ends because he isn't there in it, because he removed himself from them. And I think that would be such a cool thing to explore, especially like with Boss Cage. Like, oh, something happened. Like, I guess the absence of Eggman made it so nature thrived a little too hard. And then the characters reacted accordingly. Like, that's the fun thing about AUs, that they can be OOC because different things happened that influenced them to be a different kind of way. But like, they really did not do anything. Yeah, that's a good thing about New York, but like as said, I just think it's very shallow. The way they did nothing with it. Yeah, exactly. He is not bald anymore. No Baldy McNose hair. Okay. Okay. The thing with the lack of depth is, like, because like everything was red herrings, the only thing that was a Chekhov's gun, which is when something is followed up on, like something unrelated, and then boom, suddenly it's all connected. The only thing is 9 From the very beginning, it was clear that Nine was going to be the final boss, the ultimate villain. He was going to be the big bad. That was clear from the very beginning. I think we got more New York episodes, but it just didn't feel like it. A lot of it was also just repeat. Like a lot of episode 2, I think, was just repeating exactly what happened in episode 1. Like it was a lot of recap. And I think they made the show to be released weekly, but it was released as a drop instead, because some episodes just felt so made for a weekly release. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we were there, but there was just nothing happening for like law things. Season 3 was an endgame, if you get what I mean. It was such a Marvel thing. Yeah. Since we're on the final season, this is my biggest negative point. I have like half a page of notes on it. I need to turn on the lights because it's getting dark. Okay. So, the final season was dragged out and repetitive. Some scenes even had the same animation and shots. There was this one shot of the whole group attacking the many metal versions of the characters. They reused shots. They had the same shot of Rouge kicking some metal thing in the head, and then someone else jumped one, and then the Roses were attacking, and it was just, they reused shots. Yeah. And like, I know that they wanted it to feel like the characters were making no progress, because 9 kept having like comebacks to every plan that they had. So like the no progression part was intentional, but it was dragged out over 5 episodes. Like the whole fight with 9, something that took place over the course of like 2 hours at most, was dragged over 5 episodes. Like this is some Dragon Ball bullshit right there, or like One Piece or whatever. But they can get away with it because the show has a fuck ton of episodes. Like One Piece has over 1,000 episodes by now. It's okay if one single fight lasts like 10 episodes. Sonic Prime does not have a bazillion episodes. They cannot afford a single fight being 5 episodes. With the way they had reused clips of the characters fighting, because they could not be bothered to reanimate different like fight choreographies. This was absolutely intentional. They dragged it out. They did not have more material, like written material. I'm convinced that the writing, they just did not have the time or resources or whatever. It is extremely obvious that it is rushed. I think here the ending is very rushed. It ruins everything. It does not build on anything. It is most likely the result of there not being a writer present, because I think this was during the writer strikes or whatever. A lot of people have said that the show probably suffered because of this, and I'm not sure if this was like planned, if the show was already completely written out, or if this really is a result of the strikes that the writers just did not provide. Yeah. It's just there's a lot that went wrong here, and I don't know who exactly is to blame, but it's just not good. Maybe they just didn't have enough time. Maybe some executives wanted something out of this. Maybe some higher up wanted spectacle. Maybe someone there was like a hardcore Marvel fan and wanted the endgame moment. I don't. It's bad. Like the reason the endgame fighting stuff is bad, like why it's also bad when other people do it, because there's like Chaos Sonic, the original. He was so strong. Sonic struggled an entire episode to beat him, and when Nine first creates his versions of the metal people, they are strong. Shadow struggles with them. The whole thing with Shadow being stuck in a hole fighting Metal Sonics, and this is the whole reason that he can't help in the final fight, that he's absent for like the whole thing, is because he's stuck in a hole fighting like 3 Metal Sonics, because they're so strong. And while Shadow is out in the hole fighting Metal Sonics, and he can't get out of the hole because the Metal Sonics are too strong, all the other characters who are like, they only have a fraction of Shadow's power, like a little drop of his power, and they are beating these metal sacks like they're nothing. They're just punching them in the face, and they fall over like a dead fly. And it's like, how can it be that the weak characters are dealing with the metal army so well, while Shadow is struggling? That's the whole thing. Like, we never see his power. I know he lost the Chaos Emerald, but he still is powerful, and we see it when he fights Sonic, that he is very powerful. He constantly punches craters into the fucking ground. They could have generally taken some hints from Sonic X. Sonic X was so good. The season 3 finale was just everything to me. Honestly, I think the season 3 finale of Sonic X was what opened my eyes to Sonato. But yeah, let me get back on track with Prime. Yeah, like the whole thing with Prime, and the last batch, the final season, whatever. My note here is everything was dragged out. So when the viewer is constantly just bored and asking, why don't they just, you know, you did something wrong. Because when I watched the third Prime season, I was constantly just talking to my boyfriend like, why don't they just do this? Why don't they this? Why isn't this happening? Why are they stupid? Why is this happening? They could have prevented all this. Like, this is just constantly going through my brain. And if this is happening in my brain while I'm watching a show, then something is very wrong, because I'm not engaged in a positive way. Like, I understand in a thriller or horror or whatever, where it's more important how to convey how the characters like are experiencing things, that it is fine to have like questionable choices and stuff where you're going like, oh no, I would have acted differently in this situation. And then in hindsight, you have to ask yourself, oh, would I? Because I would be scared, because I know what they don't know. Like, this is the kind of stuff. But like with the Sonic thing, you can't do that. It doesn't work like that. Okay. You need. There we go. Very messy sketch, but whatever. One drawing down. What's the other ones? What are we gonna do next? I'm gonna do the hug later. I think I'm just gonna do something original. Yeah. I don't know. I think if you want to use shadow, you can, and I think it's very, like, I think it's possible to have a high stakes thing while including him and him being powerful. I think it's fine. I'm gonna talk about what I would have done, like, to rewrite the finale a little. I have some notes on that. But let's go on with my stuff. I wrote, the elephant in the room is that Shadow was underutilized. He was just too powerful, so they had him constantly in jail and only used him to hype the first and last episodes of a batch. Because in every single of those seasons, he was only in the first and last episode to, like, get the viewers into the new season and to leave them feel hyped when they're getting out of it. So, like, they forget about the mush in the middle. It's just, you just remember, like, how you came into the season, and you remember how you came out of it. And if Shadow is at both ends of it, you're gonna be happy. Because, hey, I felt good going in, I felt good going out. The feeling bad in the middle, I don't remember it that well. It's a tactic that is also used in, like, episodes in general, where the beginning will be hype and the end will be hype, but the middle will not be so good. Um, I also wrote that the overall plot was really loose. It feels like a first draft. And then we get to like the positives, because while the writing was sometimes questionable with like world building and shit, the characterizations were good. Like the characters were not exactly like their game counterparts, and I think the main versions of the characters, like main aim, I'm just gonna say Prime, like the Prime Amy, Prime Knuckles, Prime Tails, they were very shallow. They were very one note. I did not see any nuance on them. But once they were shattered, I think they did very well with the like differences between the shattered versions of the characters, which I think is amazing. That the real versions of the characters ended up being really boring, shallow, not deep, but they did really well with the OC versions. But then again, I think that was the reason that they did so well with the other versions, because they weren't canon, so they could make their own ideas of it. They were not restricted by what's like given by the by Sega. Literally, like, this was also the thing with Sonic Boom. I literally only watched the episodes that Shadow was in. I did not watch any of the Sonic Boom episodes. I also watched the one with Metal Sonic. But yeah. Like, this is how it is with Prime. I'm rewatching the ones with Shadow in it religiously while I'm ignoring everything else. Like, when I rewatch Prime, like when I try to rewatch it for like writing down notes, I was just rewatching the first and second episode, and then I watched the last one of the first season, because I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna gloss over the stuff I don't care about. Same with Sonic X. I watch the Chaos Saga, the SA2 one, and then I skip ahead to where Shadow appears again with the Metarex, and that's it. When A Void to Void came out, I watched it in every language available, and then some more. And I hyperanalyzed the dialogue in different languages. I do not need to learn Spanish. I already speak it. I also already speak French. I did not have to learn that. I also already speak German. I did not have to learn that. And the other languages like Portuguese, Italian, I can understand most of it. the choreography on Avoid to Void is insane. It's so good. That's one of the plus points on my list here. Yes, exactly. The fighting and the trading who wins. It's gushing time. It's absolutely gushing time. Okay, here we go. Part one, the characterizations. The interactions are so good, especially between Sonic and Shadow, and especially in Avoid to Void. Like, Avoid to Void is the episode ever. It's just so good. Yes, the choreography. I'm gonna get to it. I'm rear ahead. Like, the character development is semi-consistent. Sometimes it's dragged out, but overall it is a big breath of fresh air if we compare it to other Sonic media where there is like literally no character development at all. So it's like, I'm taking the crumbs, Prime. I'm taking them. Give me the crumbs. They have like 0.1 character development. That's more than in the mainline games. I'm taking it. And then interactions feel alive and progressing plot. And even if it's not progressing the plot, it is progressing the characters. Because when characters talk, it should progress something. It should not be void of meaning. It should, like, do something. So it's like, I'm glad it did something, because a lot of the time in games, in Sonic games nowadays, it's like the characters just talk for the sake of talking. And that's it. They just, it's just talking. They're cracking egg jokes and laughing. And I don't know, maybe there's a fat phobic joke also, because that is something that I'm very scared of. Sonic Movie 3, apparently, fat phobic jokes with Eggman. Not looking forward to it. God, same. I was so scared they were gonna fuck up Shadow in Prime. The way that they fucked him up in Boom. I will never forgive Boom Shadow. I wish he wore a Hawaii hemmed and said bra all the time. I would have taken that over whatever the fuck they did with him. I'm like, they are most likely, like, it is Jim Carrey. He does a lot of phobic jokes. He is well known for this one big transphobia movie. So it's like, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just, yeah. And yeah, Avoid to Void was good. This, like, the point of choreographies, like, my main point with what was good with Prime is the choreographies, the art direction, and the animation. It was all so good and fun. It was, I wrote, very fun, wonderful, inspiring, show stopping, spectacular, amazing. It had a lot of character and personality. The commitment was there. It was all the little things that were only visible for a single second. The way the characters were animated was so good, especially with how different each character was animated. It was not one animation fits all. Like, they were all meticulously animated to fit their personalities. Like every character moved differently, every character did certain things differently. They all had their mannerisms. It was really good. The voice acting was also good. Um, but yeah, like one of the things I wrote down was, for example, the way Sonic and Shadow stand up is different. I do not remember exactly how it is different, but they stand up differently. That's my notes. The way the ears twitch a lot. The animators remembered they are animals that have animal ears, which is something that did not happen ever since Night of the Werehog, I think. Sonic has not been an animal since 2008, guys. Honestly, you can just watch Avoid the Void and leave it at that. You don't need context. Just watch Avoid the Void. I'm just gonna do a little fun graffiti type thing. How do you write don't? Honestly, just don't watch season 3. Just end it. There is good moments in all of the episodes, but if you want an episode that is 100% good moments from the first second to the last, but there is no bad moments, watch Avoid the Void. Okay, where can I gush? What else is there to gush about? Okay, I'm just gonna talk about the episode more on memory because I did not make notes. Um, the little things with the animations that I meant was also like something that we do not see. That's something that I talked about in the comparison to like Sonic Frontiers. They characterize a lot through just the actions that the characters take and not through what they're saying. Because a lot of how Shadow feels about Sonic and a lot that we learn about Shadow as a character is not through info dumping. Like, characters don't info dump to us about Shadow's personality and stuff. but we can just see with him fighting Sonic that he's enjoying it, he's like feeling superior, and he's treating it like a game. I think I made a post about this. I'm gonna try. No, I didn't want to close the tab. YouTube just was a stinker. Okay. I'm gonna look on my blog because I made a post about this that talked really well about it. Oh god, my desk is so full of shit. Search Prime. Is it in my meta tag? Okay, here. This is the post. I need to get this into a new window. Okay. Yeah, the music is playing now. YouTube did that stupid thing where it's like, oh, are you still listening? Because I don't have the Sonic and the Black Knights soundtrack on my computer. Okay, so here, something that I can't stop obsessing about is how Shadow criticizes and belittles Sonic for treating everything like a game, for not taking things seriously, for acting without thinking, and for thinking all the wrong things and acting accordingly. But Shadow is a player just like Sonic. All the fighting that they did in Avoid the Void, Shadow got so much amusement out of it. It's like the most expressive we see him ever, and it's because he knows he's winning. It's because he loves winning. And this is like, Sonic and Shadow are mirrors. They're two sides of the same coin. They're parallels. They're everything to me. You do not understand. Sonic plays because it's fun to play. He loves the unknown. He loves not knowing what comes next. He loves not knowing if he will win or not. He loves being surprised, and he loves challenge. He plays to experience the game, and everything is a game to him. Like, it's something that is criticized a lot. Like, people always tell Sonic, this is not a game, stop treating things like a game, but like, no, the world is just one giant open world RPG for Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's just the way it is. That's fine. And then with Shadow, he plays because he wants to win. He loves being superior, he loves knowing what comes next, he loves calculating, he loves predicting, he loves that when the thing that comes next is his victory or his opponent's failure. He plays to win, and to win only. If there is no way to win or to be crowned superior, then he is not interested in the game. Another thing about Shadow in games is the game needs to be a challenge, which is why he loves fighting Sonic, because Sonic is a challenge that has to be overcome. And he gets a kick out of the slight uncertainty if he might win or not. And at the same time, winning against Sonic is such a great accomplishment, he relishes in the challenge. Because, like, he is the ultimate life form. There is no one that could beat him except Sonic, possibly. Which is exactly why winning against Sonic is so fun to Shadow, because it's actually a challenge. He's not bored because he's like, oh, I'm gonna win anyways, but he's actually like challenged, and he actually has to put in the effort to win. And this is why he's smiling and smirking and posing and doing stupid jokes at Sonic. He's mocking him and flaunting his superiority. And he could have been done with him faster, probably. But it's fun to play. And it is fun to rub his superiority into the faker's face, literally. Like, Shadow used Sonic as a surfboard on the ground, like face down, in Prime, and it's beautiful. Oh, but the final sentence I wrote in this analysis was, if he doesn't do all this, then what is he? The average life form? The normal hedgehog? Yeah, I mean, I think that is really like the philosophy of Sonic. The world is an open world RPG for him. He's like constantly on the lookout for a new quest because it's fun. The come at me bro just fucked me up so much. The way Shadow reciprocated it. I hate English. I hear Knuckles' theme and I have to draw Knuckles. It is law. I love writing essays. I wanted to write more again, but it's just hard. ADHD. If you like my essays, this is my tag full of essays. Not all of them are good, but I like rambling. I miss the times when people asked me stupid shit on Tumblr and I got to infodump. So it's my fault for not being so active in the fandom, I guess. Like, is it just a thing that doesn't happen anymore, or is it just because I'm not really asking for it? Because I have some mutuals, they get asks constantly, with people asking them to elaborate on stuff. I mean, that is the thing about essays. it's very subjective if they're good or not. And like the goal of an essay is usually to convince someone of your opinion about a topic. Like, even if we're talking in the like school academic sense. So it's like you can absolutely just talk about a niche topic at length, and it is a good essay as long as it's like written in a entertaining way. Because what the difference between academic text and essays is that essays are meant to be fun to read. At least that's how I learned it in school. Which is why it pissed me off that I was not allowed to write essays for school until the very last year. Yeah, there's a lot of new users, that's true. Yeah, that would make sense as a hypothesis. It just it would also explain why the only ones getting asks are the ones who already regularly get asks, because sure. It might, yeah. Maybe I'll do it. My problem is also just that I have to be in the mood. To write, and to be in the mood to write is a random thing. It just happens randomly. Okay, wait. We were on Sonic Prime. I was talking about Avoid the Void. I forgot what I already mentioned. This is why I don't do stuff like this. Like, this is why I didn't do the video. I had the notes. I keep forgetting. Okay, let me just look at my notes. What else did I write down? Just getting out of order here. The ending ruins everything that the beginning establishes. Yeah, because in the end, it's one of those endings that made it so nothing ever happened. It's like an '06 type of deal. But I think this is worse than the '06 thing. Because at least in '06, all of this stuff actually happened. Kind of. In a way. In a meta way. But in Prime, it makes, like, I don't even know what it implies. Like, to me personally, what I feel like is going back in time to the moment before the prism shatters makes it so the Shatterverses don't exist. So all the characters we learned to love, question mark, are gone? They don't exist anymore? Question mark? But if the Shatterverses existed before the prism shattering, what? My brain is just, I don't know. Sonic and Shadow can remember. It's just everyone else who was like not a part of it. There is a way to get to the shatter spaces because Shadow has the prism. I'm just... like, the implications are just all over the place. I think the writers themselves don't know what is true. Because there is mixed messages throughout the whole series. Like with the Exilla thing. It is so weird because if the Shatterverses were not reflections of like different aspects of the characters, why would the ultimate Eggman that the council dreams up be canon Eggman? Why? Yeah. Like, I'm just... it makes no sense storytelling wise. Like, it's not good storytelling if everything just makes no fucking sense. Yeah. It's just a little sad because like these people, like not the exact people, but like that studio made some of my favorite shows like Ben 10, the original. Hello? Yeah. Okay, we already talked about the pixel art. We talked about how the ending is fucking stupid. Oh god, there's so many notes I have online. I'm gonna talk about 9 last, I think. Okay, there's two more points. The I mentioned it in my Discord yesterday, I think. Um, this funny fact that you know those randos that just exist for some fucking reason, Jacksepticeye and this other one. They're like in the very first episode. There's a shot of Sonic like running through Green Hill, and he's like passing these two randos very briefly for like 1 second, and they're like, "Oh, what's happening? We were just blown away by the wind." And then these two randos just get speaking roles, and they end up being important in the final battle. They have shatter selves, just like the main characters. They appear in every universe. It's just weird. I thought it was funny because like this is a consistency that they had in the show. They had the foresight to include the randos in the first episode to be like, hey, remember these randos from the first episode? They're important now. Watch out, it's Jacksepticeye and this other not Blaze the Cat person. It's just, I don't know. It's just a lot, at least to me. Oh wait, Sonic didn't run past them. They were knocked over by the energy blast Sonic made. Never mind. Same thing though. Valkyria, okay. Yeah, literally, Shadow and Rouge not getting any dialogue is just insane to me, honestly. Okay, one last positive thing to gush about before I just dunk on another thing. Sonic is so fucking ADHD in Prime. Like, it's insane. I felt so represented. I'm just... He's a legend. I don't know. ADHD king. I love when characters wave with the arms. That's me. Like this. Yeah. Okay, another thing that was inconsistent, that, like, this was one of the worst red herrings for me personally. In season 1, there's so much emphasis on palm trees. In every single shatter space, there's like at least one palm tree that is important, it has significance. Palm trees represent Green Hill, apparently, because Sonic can't stop talking about them. He's just constantly like, oh, don't you remember checkered grass and palm trees or whatever? Like, this is all he talks about. This is what paradise is to him, just palm trees. So I'm like, okay, palm trees are important. There's something with these palm trees is connecting everything. Like, Amy is sitting under a palm tree, and Sonic is mentioning something about this being like the place, like the place where they're having a picnic or whatever. I don't remember very well. I just remember that there's like constantly there was significance on this fucking palm tree. Like, there was the one that was encapsulated in New York, like this. And then there was the... Why did I make it thing? And then there was the one in Boss Cage that was like huge, like this, because it had the shot in it. And then in No Place, Sonic landed on the only island with the only palm tree. So I was like, palm trees are important, aren't they? That they are important. Because in Ghost Hill, there was this rock that Amy was on, and there was a palm tree, and it was like in all his memories of his friends, it was always there. And it was like, oh my god, like when Avoid to Void came on, I was like, oh my god, this is all the same palm tree. Like, I went insane. I was like, oh my god, this is all the same palm tree. this parallels. This is symbolizing something. I don't know what, but it's symbolizing something. I'm grasping here. But in the end, there's just nothing. It's nothing. I was just insane for all of this. Nothing mattered. I was just making up shit. Which is so unsatisfying. When I'm watching a show and I'm starting to make theories and none of it makes sense. It's symbolizing palm tree, okay. Like nothing makes sense. And it's not worth theorizing. Like, I don't mind if I theorize and all my theories are wrong. Because at least it's like, oh, it's like breaking my expectations. It's subverting something. Yeah, like it has something to do with their friendship, but it's like, why the palm trees? Couldn't it have been something else? Something more sonic? I generally hate the decision to make the everything take place in Green Hill, and that Green Hill is like the Sonic place. Like Sonic's world? No, there is no world. There's just Green Hill. Don't you love checkerboards? Do you want more checkerboards? Anyways, I'm gonna see. I have a lot of notes on stuff. Okay, they knew how to use the characters' powers and personalities to choreograph entertaining fight scenes. The fight scene between Sonic and Shadow in episode 2 was 5 minutes long, and it was glorious. But yeah, that was all that was glorious about that episode. Okay, here. The same thing I wrote down about 9 in everything where I wrote down something about him is that I do not understand what is the overall theme. Like, every story has a theme. Or like, there's always something that's happening that has like a deeper meaning, something that is being told. Like, for example, with Sonic Unleashed, it was kind of the theme of being true to yourself and not letting anything influence you in a way that does not align with who you are at your core. Even though it's an extremely simple story, Unleashed managed to have this very deep emotional theme in it. But Prime did not have a theme. Like, in a way, maybe it was trust, but they did not really address trust that much. Like, it is maybe Nine's theme, because he doesn't trust. Oh my god, I'm sorry, it's late. He doesn't trust anyone, but at the same time, it's like he trusts Sonic so fast. He attaches to him so fast. It's like unreal. It's only in the last season, like 5 episodes of 9 fighting everyone else. But besides that, he does not do much. He's just there, kind of, and then I guess in season 2 he does some stuff, and he's the shit stirrer. But yeah, the thing with 9 is he doesn't trust anyone, but everyone has to trust him. Like, he insists that everyone needs to trust him because he's smart and he knows what he's doing and he knows how to fix everything, and everyone else is stupid. They have to trust him. But he does not have to trust anyone else because everyone else is stupid and they don't know what they're doing. With the exception of Sonic. Like, immediately he latches onto that guy. He's just, oh my god, Sonic, you are the coolest. You are worthy of my trust, I guess. Because I guess he's the first person to ever be nice to him. And that's all it took. Yeah, like, he starts trusting Sonic immediately after Sonic is nice to him. And it feels genuine, and he feels like appreciated for the first time. I think Nine's character arc is extremely good. Like, if we remove that stupid fight that goes on forever, everything about Nine's character development is just really, really good. And I think it's good that he's like fighting everyone, and he wants to like make his own world in the Grim and whatever. I think he very well is like this whole idea of what if Tails turned out to be like Eggman. Like, what if Sonic wasn't there to get him on the right track and he did become a villain like Eggman, because there is the potential. Yeah, that's it, Summers. That's exactly when he starts trusting him, because Sonic saves him, and that's when Nine realizes this guy is genuine. What he says is true. He's not trying to like trick me into anything. The problem was that Nine felt entitled to that kindness, and he was so scared of losing it that he just overdid it and did a lot of things wrong, to the point where he himself made himself lose what he always wanted. And like, this is such a good story for a character. Like, it's fun, it's just fun to think about, it's entertaining. But I don't know, it's just the way it was executed in the end. I didn't like the ending either, with how in the end they just all this back and forth and fighting, and in the end Sonic just does the thing anyways, and everyone is supposed to just trust Nine that he's going to do everything correctly, even though he was just trying to kill them. Like, I don't know. Yeah. It was mutually toxic, that is true. But I think that's what makes it so compelling, as like the character dynamic and how it all turns out. I forgot he's wearing pants. He has an outfit. He's wearing clothes. I love Nine's eyes in general because he's just so angsty. Now that I think about it, when Sonic first found him, he did call him Tails, and he had a really strong reaction to that name. Like, now that I think about it, like, Tails probably was bullied by people with that nickname. I don't know if this is like actual stuff that was picked up in the Archie comics or something, or in the American series or something. But like, just thinking about it now, like, Sonic probably hearing that name, not knowing it is a nickname that was done in bad faith, but then Tails coming around to reclaiming it because he can associate it with Sonic now instead of the bullies. I don't know. This was just something that happened in my brain right now. God, the music stopped again and I never noticed. Yeah, I don't know if it would work that way with like the prime characters having like anything to do with the Shatter versions. The only way I could see it is if I don't know, like they kept it open in a way that maybe the Eggman could come and invade the Prime universe. It is a main canon point that he was bullied for his tails, but I mean like the name Tails itself, because like his actual name is Miles, but why is everyone calling him Tails? Like that's in Prime 9 reacted very strongly to the nickname Tails. Like he was angry and like triggered by it visibly, and he immediately lashed out at Sonic and said 9. And now that I think about it, I think this is like a joke on Sonic misunderstanding him saying 9 as his name, as 9 as in the German word for no. Or maybe I'm just looking into it too much, but it's something that I know from other series. I think it happened in Marvel once with the Nazis. Oh, Night of the Wind comes back yet again. I love when there's multiple versions. Yeah, that's the thing with 9, that he is using the thing that he's being bullied at as something to empower himself. I mean, yeah, that's a thing that happens later, but like in the very beginning when they first meet, when he doesn't even know what he's called. That's what I mean with that's when he reacts strongly to the name Tails, because only people that bully him call him that, because his name is not Tails, his name is 9. Mm. I'm out of notes and I'm a little tired, so it's like I don't even know what to do. I guess my final note here is of what I would have done different with Shadow in that final season, or like overall with him, because like what I mentioned, Yeah, I'm going to bed soon too, I think. I've almost been streaming for 5 hours anyways. Oops. Like, the final thing about Prime with Shadow is like my main problem with it was like the emerald was in the void. Teeth bomb. Good night, Summers. You can hear the stuff in the VOD. Anyways, I need collecting thoughts. Okay, so my biggest problem with Shadow was that he lost the emerald in the very beginning, really stupidly, and like it's kind of fine. But then something needs to happen, like in the last season. The stakes are high. The council does something. They push Shadow into the void, like he falls down for real. Sonic can't save him this time. And this is when Sonic is at his lowest. He like realizes, okay, I lost everyone. Because the whole time he still had Shadow as an anchor, but like this, he would like think, oh, Shadow is dead now. He's like in the void, the absolute nothingness. He will never be able to be retrieved. I'm alone now. And this is where he gets to like process the grief that he's been holding back. And then he learns to like accept the other, well, he does not, he need to learn to accept the other people, but like accepting help and like explaining everything. And I don't know, it's just Sonic and accepting help is such a theme. But in the end, Shadow can come back with the emerald. He can save the day. He can use really cool chaos attacks because he has the chaos emerald now. And I guess this is maybe also how he can fix everything, because now he can use chaos control. Can do the go back in time thing. I don't, or to another dimension. I don't really know. But like, just some ideas out there that would make maybe more sense than Shadow is stuck in the hole. Also, it would give spectacle because Shadow is fucking cool, and I think everyone was just waiting for him to get swarmed by Metal Sonics. Like, oh, there's like 100 Metal Sonics towering over him, like they're making a big pile, and he's using Chaos Blast, and they're all gone. Like, this is the kind of stuff that people want out of an epic fight with a lot of, like, little minions. No one wants to see the same clip of Rouge the Bat kicking a metal Rouge the Bat in the head, just mirrored. Like three times in a row, but it's mirrored or something. I don't remember if it's really like this, but it was pretty bad with the reusing. Okay, my last notes. If the whole show was only taking place in New York City, it would have made a more solid story, because having all the other worlds and all the other characters was holding the show back. It really weighed them down because they had too many characters to deal with, too many places to deal with, too many world-specific stuff happening, because every world has its own story, its own conflict that Sonic needed to resolve somehow. Like, there were so many sub things happening that they could not deal with all of this in the limited amount of time that they had. Like Sonic already, the series already has so many characters in it, so why would they need to make so many more new characters instead of using what already is there? I just did not really understand. Like the whole parallel dimension Shadowverse thing, like it's very clear that they were just riding on the multiverse trend that was going on. Like ever since Spider-Verse, I think everyone was just like, oh, we need a multiverse. And it needs to be big, and there needs to be so much happening. It's everything. But it really isn't. But yeah, that is my critique. There is probably more, but my ADHD brain literally forgetting everything the moment I stop thinking it. Like in preparation to this, I rewatched Avoid the Void like 2 times. Like I watched it once today. And I forgot everything I was thinking while I was watching it. But I can't stream the episode and talk about it on YouTube. Maybe one day I'm gonna do it on my Discord. We can have a stream night and I talk about stuff, because I really like analyzing stuff from like a technical point of view, from like the art direction and stuff, because a lot of the time when people say a show is good or bad, they focus on aesthetics or like the personal preferences for like stuff. But I like to get into the technical things and look at the quality, because Prime is a very good quality show in a technical sense, but the meat of it, like the story, is bad. But that's the thing about Prime, that it's a bad show that is good quality, and that makes it enjoyable to watch, in my opinion. Because personally, I'm someone who prefers watching something that's bad as long as it's like well made. Because if it's a good story but it's just fucking ugly, I'm not gonna watch it. I don't know, like that's me. I think this is like, for me personally, this is what applies to Sonic Boom, because I know there's some good stories in there. Like, it's fucking funny. But I think Boom is so ugly. The lighting is so bad in that show. The colors are just, ugh. So no matter how good the jokes are, you're not gonna make me watch it. Only if it's a clip compilation of like best moments or something. Yeah, high quality work is something I can enjoy. like when it was announced that Prime was a 3D animated show, I was very skeptical because I was so tired of everything needs to be 3D. Please, can we get some 2D back, or at least like 3D that is stylized in a fun way? And then they did. They did make 3D that was stylized in a fun way, like with all the texture paints and everything. It was really good. And also, I'm so sorry, I just constantly not drawing because I have underestimated how hard it is to talk and draw. Yeah, like me, I don't really do much with Boom. I think, especially in the game, I think the models are kind of weird. Boom isn't really better at writing. Like, Boom, you can't compare Boom to Prime because Boom is an episodic type of thing. It has no continuity between the episodes, while Prime does. And this is why I critique Prime so harshly on the continuity, on the missing plot stuff, because Boom is not made to have plot. Boom is made to be funny. Yeah, I think they're not comparable. And I think a lot of the time shows should not be compared, because every show wants to do something different, and it's always important to look at what something wants to do. The same goes for games, because a lot of the time people will compare different Sonic games and pit them against each other, but like a lot of the time the games were trying to do different things, so it's hard to like compare them directly. Most of the time it's only fair to like compare certain aspects. For example, um, what is fair game in every Sonic game to compare is um, the level design for the platforming, because at the core every Sonic game is a platformer, and if the platforming fucking sucks, it's a bad game, because if the main point of the game is to do platforming and the platforming is shit, then I'm sorry, but it's a shit game, because you can't do the main thing that the game is out to do. Which is why I'm so pissed at Forces, because it's just so bad with the level design for all the platforming sections. Because in some parts it's just too much, in some parts it's just not enough, and then it just everything just goes bananas. Oh, there's still so much music left, wow. But I think I'm just gonna stop after this. We're almost at 5 hours anyways. No one's gonna watch this VOD. There's just nothing happening here. Just want to pump out this cool Sonic drawing for the end really fast. He is. I love drawing hands that reach, because I know it's something about the shape, about just the foreshortening of all the fingers of. This is the most fun perspective of a hand. I think having this kind of dynamics in art poses is just everything to me. Like, even if my drawings aren't the best sometimes, as long as there's like a flow in it, I think it's worth to have been drawn, because it's cool. No matter if I did good anatomy or not, or if the perspective fits, it looks cool just by virtue of it being dynamic. And I'm really glad I learned that, because otherwise I would just not draw at all anymore. Yeah, like, what I did with hands, like every time a student of mine asks me, hey, how did you learn hands? And I'm like, I sat down one afternoon and drew 100 hands. That's all it took. Just draw 100 hands and you're an expert. It's really insane how you can see the improvement between hand number 1 and hand number 20 already. Ooh, yeah. Let me find her. Oh no, I think Rusty Rose is on my old computer. I don't have her here. That is so sad. I have this though. I did the same thing with my own character. I love thick lines. I'm really proud of this drawing. Yay. I can actually close all these. Be gone all view. Yeah, that's usually how it is done. Like you can notice it here too. Like it's not completely consistent because I didn't clean it up, but that is a rule of thumb to like have thick lines. The more closer it is to you, and thin lines, the more farther away it is. It is the egg himself. Oh my god. Man, I'm always thinking after this song I'm gonna say goodbye, but then the song slaps too hard. They do, but I should really stop after this one. It is almost midnight. I almost streamed for 5 hours. I think that's enough. No one's gonna watch that VOD anyways. This is horrible. This went about as good as I predicted it would. I was all over the place, and I don't know. I hope that if people were talking to me, I would find the good balance to go between my notes, but no, I was all over the place anyways. As long as you're entertained. I would have to Google what that word means. What is a squire? Tell me, Google. Gutsherr. Okay. I guess there's a hidden meaning in English. Or maybe not. Just Knave the Hedgehog. Okay, after Dragon Slayer, I'm promising it. Hold me accountable. I can't stay up forever. The Dragon Slayer is literally my favorite track from this soundtrack. I can't leave now. What the fuck is perspective? I wanted to do a cool drawing of Sonic with sword to finish this off. Okay, Caliban, let's do this. It's not that it's a playlist. It's not like I can turn off autoplay. But it's fine. I will be strong. A form page, it depends on the page. Really. Some of them are really easy and I get to do them really fast. Some of them are harder to do because there's more happening or they are at a place that is hard for me to draw. So it will take longer. I'm gonna give some examples. Okay, yeah. So these two pages from issue 8. This one took me a whole day because I had to find out how to do this. Like, I did some extra work. I built this temple in 3D so I would have the perspective for it. And then when I was done with all that, I think it was 2 or 3 hours to make that stupid 3D model. Because I'm not good at 3D modeling. But it paid off because the perspective is correct and everything looks neat. And then I did all these bricks, and then later the watercolor splotches on Chaos was also a lot. But this page, I think in total this page only took me 2 hours. It is fast. All the pages in the ice I made so fast. In fact, I think in the month of May last year, I did 23 Thorn pages in just that month. I almost did one page every day. That's how fast I was. Like, I mostly did multiple pages in one day, and then I had some days of rest. But like, May last year was so productive, mainly because it was in the ice. Like, the issue 8 stuff. Because that was so easy for me to do. It was so fun for me to do. Because let me get to issue 7. Yeah, issue 7 was the thing that I just rushed through so fast. If I go here, yeah, if we look at this, it is a lot of black and white, and then I used a gradient map to do the ice, and then I was like, oh my god, this is perfect. I just need to do the stuff like here. I did everything in black and white because that's easier to do with the contrast, and then I did a gradient map over it, and then boom, it's ice. And that was fast and efficient and fun. Also, because this is nighttime stuff, I did not shade the characters. This is also a factor that made me really fast, because this whole issue is just nighttime. I don't need to shade because in the night I don't shade, because why would I shade it? There is no light. So yeah, this is like all stuff that factors in too, if it's gonna be a fast thing or not. For example, this page, I was putting this page off so much. Now I'm past my song, whatever. I put off this page so much because Eggman Land. Draw Eggman Land. Don't draw Eggman Land. Never do it. It's hell. And it's not even finished. It's Eggman Land in construction. It's even worse. But at some point it was done, and then I could move on to the next page. It's just always a battle. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I can see as an example right now. Just gonna close everything, and then I'm gonna save the stuff I did during this stream. I think what's stopping me from burning out is just my passion for art. There's nothing really that I do. Sometimes I take breaks, and I think that's something that is important, to like allow yourself to have a different hobby other than just drawing. Like having a different way to express yourself, because for me drawing is self-expression. There is no way for me not to do it. I think I do it daily because there's just no way for me to not do it. there's no other way for me to express myself. Well, I mean, there's also writing, and I do writing frequently. But like, there's like this balance between these two forms of me expressing myself creatively, and I think that's really what helps. Um, Otherwise, it's just, yeah, I'm I'm taking breaks from drawing to do something else, and I just like drawing, and that's how I keep doing it. I think something that a lot of people ask me too is like how I manage to keep working on Thorm, and I think like it's different for everyone with how they're motivated and stuff. But for me, what really helps is like having a plan and to not rush things, because like I am a person with ADHD. I will work tirelessly for a few days and I will lose interest and I will not touch it again. And if you're like that, having a schedule of like, oh, I'm gonna post once every week, and then you're always working up to that schedule and always doing it last minute, it's gonna burn you out, because you always have the dread of, oh no, I need to be done by that time or else I have failed. But the way I do it is like I have multiple pages in advance. So whenever I have the itch to do it, I'm gonna make like, I don't know, 10 pages in 1 week, and then I will get bored of the thing and I will not do a new Thorm page for like a month. And it's okay, because I have worked in advance and people will not know that I have been not motivated to work on this comic for an entire month. I didn't do shit for it. But I have worked in advance, so I can keep posting it and not have people come to my door with torches and pitchforks. I don't know if this was even related to your question at all, but it's just something that came to mind. No problem. I'm just gonna stop the music here before it keeps going. I love live life, but no, we can't. We can't right now. Okay. Outlining is a game changer. I used to always do my projects without an outline. I used to always just go with the flow. I was like, oh, I work best if I can make stuff up as I go. I don't like restricting myself. But then every time I never finished these projects because I eventually lost interest. But whenever with Thorm, I had a strict outline. I was like, okay, so because this is an unleashed rewrite, I know for a fact this is how it has to start. This is what has to happen in the middle at some point, and this is what has to happen in the end. It has to end this way because this is how the game ends. And then I started writing for Thorm. Like, I go chronologically because I do not like writing too much of what happens later when I don't know what happens before, because I like referencing back to stuff, but whatever. So I had this basic outline. I started writing script, but then I was like, I'm just keeping these things vague. I know these points have to happen, but it's like, whatever, that this is just stuff in a row happening. I'm gonna detail it now. I'm going this way, and then this way I didn't have the finished script for all of Thorm for a long time. I think I finished the script last year or the year before that. I don't remember. 2022, 2023. It has not been done for a few years. But now the script is done, and I changed so much from outline to script. But having the outline helped me so much to know where I was going, to keep me motivated, because I knew when I was writing for, I don't know, issue 3, I was not worrying what would happen next because I already knew. I just had to worry what is happening right now. Yeah, like this way I was able to change almost the entirety of the middle and the ending of the story. So now, like, I had the outline as, I guess, a base, and then I just built something entirely different on top of it, but it fits. And I think this is the best creative process for myself. And I don't know, maybe it helps other people too. I definitely hope. I should definitely make posts about this in shorter form, so I don't have to link these long ass videos to people. Also, it's fine. Okay, you're noting it down. That's good. I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna go and have a good night's sleep. Okay, today is. Oh, it's already tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you all for coming, and to anyone who actually like stayed through this VOD, congratulations, you're like the strongest person alive.